members, welcome to everyone. Thank you all for coming. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 82, Sub 6 and Standing Order 87, this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee was convened to consider proposals for the supplementation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2025. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 45-1, the speaking time in Standing Finance Committee shall not exceed 5 minutes on each intervention. Can I now just tell you the procedures in this committee? Honorable members, the procedure for the Standing Finance Committee will be as follows. The head and the amount to be supplemented will be announced. The minister with responsibility will then be invited to provide an explanation for the supplementation. The chairman will then, propose the question that the head to be supplemented. Members may then seek clarification from the minister. Once this process is concluded, I will then put the question that the sum to be supplemented be approved, and the procedure will be repeated for each head in turn. Honorable members, we shall now consider the proposals for supplementation of appropriation for fiscal year 2025. Head 1, Office of the President. Head 1, Office of the President, a supplementation of $1 million is proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister, would you like your accounting officer there?
Yes,
or
please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as we begin today's supplementary variation of appropriation exercise where we're looking at the Standing Finance Committee, may I indicate that we are now going to be looking at supplementation of $3.14 billion, and this is because of the fiscal financial recklessness and free-for-all undertaken by the former government, where they were spending money without planning and spending without making proper payment arrangements. As a result of that, we have had a crash of the economy. And thanks to us now being in government, we now have access to the information. A lot more will be presented in the mid-year review on Wednesday, when we'll be able to show how this former government crashed the economy and the effects that it would have had on ministries and on the population as a whole. Mr. Chair, I turn to the Office of the President. The Office of the President is a department within the public service responsible for providing support services to Her Excellency the President in the execution of her functions and duties as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Office of the President's mandate is to provide administrative, advisory, consultative, and other support services to the President in Her Excellency's exercise of her powers and functions as head of state of the executive branch. In conclusion, the Office of the President plays a vital role in supporting Her Excellency the President in a range of important constitutional, ceremonial, and administrative duties and functions. Supplementary funding of $1 million is required to provide for the cost of operational expenses. Mr. Chair, I now have the opportunity to advise that I'm open, together with the support staff, to receive any questions that members may have.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 01, Office of the President, be supplemented by the sum of $1 million.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes?
Two, actually. Based on the statement made by the minister that the economy has crashed, how is the new government going to finance this additional, please, I'm responding to what the minister said. How is the government going to finance this supplementation of $1 million in this particular item? And two, is this supplementation necessary because the Office of the President may have wired or transferred funds, well, in this particular case, this is recurrent, wired funds from these items for other purposes such as overseas travel, and therefore these items have to be replenished as a result?
Mr. Chair? May I?
Yes?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity again. I think the honourable member will have to wait until the mid-year review to get the details about how we propose to finance the arrangements. I know that he is concerned, Mr. Chair, because he himself, when he left office, and when PNM left office, literally abandoned the government, literally abandoned the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And as a result of that, having bankrupted the country, he is now very concerned about where we're going to find the money. However, Mr. Chair, I can assure the honourable member that we have all intentions and all wherewithal to find the money to pay the allocations that we have proposed in today's session. In addition, in response to his first question with regards to the environment, yes, the President's office had to wire money from several heads, from both 26 to cover the cost of changing the coat of arms and purchasing medals for national awards, and from both 16 to cover payment of salaries to contract and short-term employment. And that, sir, was because the former Minister of Finance under-budgeted what was required for the President's office. Thank you.
Yes, but my specific question, did the Office of the President wire funds from these items for overseas travel? That was my specific question.
I'm advised by the technical staff that no such expense happened.
Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, I observe that you are increasing the supplementation for material and supplies by $500,000. And I asked the Minister if he can provide a detailed account of the operational expenses that he's making provision for.
Thank you for your question. I'm advised by the technical staff again that, and I can read the explanation here, the total allocation was initially utilized for the changes of the coat of arms on President's standards, pennants, and licenses, plates for the official vehicles, along with the purchasing of replacements for public service medals, gold, silver, and bronze, which bear the coat of arms for the national awards, and for the purchasing of ink for the printers at OTP. And that too is because of the under-provision by the former ministry and the former government for obvious expenses that should have been factored in and catered for by a proper government.
Mr. Chair. Hi. Question.
San Fernando East.
Thank you.
Member for San
Yes.
Fernando East.
Minister of Finance, earlier you said that the Ministry of Finance would find the financing to cover these supplementations. The same one that we're on right now? So I'm asking the Minister of Finance, because the public has been asking.
I think the furor is you must identify which line item you're on.
So which line item are we on? It's 01, head 01.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
can I remind members, please, that we have a contingent of school children looking on? And if we could perhaps temper whatever we say or how we behave in recognition that we have a fairly sizable contingent of school children looking on. Please. So, could you identify the line item, please, member? And
Yes,
let's
head
move on.
01.
Right.
Right. The Minister of Finance stated earlier that the government will find the funding to cover this supplementation. Could I ask the Minister of Finance to give a breakdown of exactly where this funding will come from?
Well, I see the minister looking at me, but I recall his earlier, hang on a second, would you? I recall his earlier answer that he had said that more details will come in the mid-year review. But in order that we move along expeditiously, that's all I'm saying at this stage. Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think that the honourable member has been in this chamber long enough to know that what the purpose of today's exercise is. His question does not arise. We are here to approve the supplementation. We are not here to discuss revenue streams, etc. His question, sir, simply does not arise. And perhaps, sir, this may be the opportune time to tell members opposite, to remind members opposite of what the purpose of today's session is. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, may I simply point out there is only one item under discussion, and therefore the question, which line item?
Well, can I just simply say that this, and I'm very grateful for your willingness to point that out to me, but perhaps we could understand that insofar as the orderly progression of the proceedings are concerned, can I invite all members to simply identify it so that everyone's on the same page? I accept that. But let's move on, please. I assume that there are no more questions under this head.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I just want to make that point. If that question is repeated on every occasion, there is one item, it will be a redundant question.
Well, all right. So let's not get into an unnecessary verbal exchange on it, right? So can I take it that there are no more questions on this and we can move on? Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 01, Office of the President, be supplemented by the sum of $1 million. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 01, Office of the President, has been supplemented by the sum of $1 million. Staff and your accounting officers for same. Head 02. Auditor General. At 02, Auditor General is supplementation of $4,982,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to similarly make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The Auditor General is the supreme audit institution responsible under the Constitution for annually auditing and reporting to Parliament on the accounts of Trinidad and Tobago and of all offices, courts, and authorities. The Auditor General is also required to audit the accounts of any statutory body, if so directed by Parliament, and is additionally empowered to carry out audits of the accounts, balance sheets, and other financial statements of all enterprises that are owned or controlled by or on behalf of the state. The Auditor General conducts comprehensive audits to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending, ensuring that public resources are used responsibly and effectively. For the benefit of the listening audience, the portfolio of the Auditor General also includes the verification of computations of all pensions, gratuities, and other separation benefits paid by the state in accordance with the Pensions Act and other arrangements, and the grant of credit on the Exchequer account in accordance with the requirements of the Exchequer and Audit Act. In the conduct of the mid-year review exercise, it was determined that an overall sum of $4,982,000 was required to meet the unanticipated costs being the payment of arrears of salary owed to holders of public offices arising out of the implementation of the 128th report of the Salaries Review Commission, as well as for expenses to be incurred under goods and services, such as an unprecedented multi-million-dollar legal bill due to the recklessness of the former Minister of Finance. Once again, the staff at the Office of the Auditor General and myself open the floor to receive any questions, Mr. Chair, that you may approve from members on the other side.
For the Spain North, St. Anne's East, West. No? Oh, sorry. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 02 Auditor General be supplemented by the sum of $4,982,000. Can I invite questions for the Spain North member for the Spain North St. Anne's West?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I go to sub-item 23? Or are you at subhead 01001?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister of Finance, I see here under fees an increase of $2 million. And I see in the notes that that is with respect to the Privy Council appeal of the Auditor General versus the Minister of Finance. Is it that, can you, well, first of all, would you be able to provide us with particulars of how that $2 million is made up?
It is ironic, Mr. Chair, that that question is coming from the member for Policy North St. Anne's West, especially considering that it is with specific regard to the legal matter as per the Privy Council appeal
No, I saw that.
number 0057 of 2024, Auditor General versus the then Minister of Finance.
Correct, which is what I just said, but I'm asking for particulars of the fees, because if it is that this is the payment of fees from that matter, should those fees not be paid from the Office of the Attorney General? How are those fees now being paid out of the Auditor General? That's the first question. And then secondly, I would like, please, if possible, a breakdown of the particulars to understand how it comes up to $2 million. Was that? It's not his fees, it's the Auditor General's fees.
At this point, I am advised that we don't have that breakdown available at this point.
So would you undertake to provide that, please?
We will consider providing such information. I am advised by the technical team that those questions may be directed to the Auditor General herself. Thank you.
No, but the Auditor, Mr. Chair, the Auditor General isn't here. This is the purpose of the exercise. It would be for the government to request it from the Auditor General, provide it to us in writing if it can't be provided now.
I have already indicated, sir, that we will consider it.
Thank you.
Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as it relates to sub-item 16, contract of employment, can I request kindly for the number of persons, names, position, and salaries, please?
Mr. Chair, I think we are being disturbed on this side. Can you ask the member for Barrett to cool himself?
I'm not so sure I can ask him to cool himself, whatever that means. What I certainly
Please
can
settle
do,
down.
what I can do is ask him to exercise some restraint on the volume of his voice. But
Mr. Chair, because of the issues with water in this country, under the guise of the member for Aruka Loop, we have no water to cool ourselves in this country. Eh?
Can I remind everyone that there's a large contingent of school children looking on? Please, let us move on, shall we?
If I may.
Yeah, Minister?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question from the member for Arima. Member, the following are the positions, the title of the contract positions that fall under the funding that has been requested. Senior Legal Officer, Information and Communications Technology, ICT Technical Officer, Public Audit Specialist, so there are 4 positions of Public Audit Specialists. There are 3 positions for Business Operations Assistant. There are 2 positions for Pension and Leave Checking Officer. There's 1 temporary position, very temporary, for 2 months for Office Support Assistants. There is 1 position for Checking Officer, a position for Support Assistants, and 3 Clerical Assistants. If I may, these were persons who would have been employed from May to September 2025.
So those positions are already on the establishment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Diego Martin, member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to add to the opposition leader, and these positions already have people in post.
Correct. Apologies. There are 3 positions. There are 3 positions that are currently recruitment in process. That would have been the Pension and Leave Checking Officer. 2 positions there, 2 Pension and Leave Checking Officers, and 1 Office Support Assistants. Those 3 are recruitment in process. Thank you.
I think member from Diego Martin Central beat you to it.
Chairman, I will give way to thee.
Thank you. Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honourable Minister, just want to clarify on the same line item whether he expects those positions to be filled before the conclusion of this fiscal year.
Yes, sir. That is why provision is being made for them now.
Okay.
I'm somewhat disinclined to allow you, but I will go ahead because you ceded and gave way, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, Chairman,
member for
the
Diego
question
Martin
wasn't
Central.
asked. Minister of Finance, can you give us details as to the process for recruitment that was followed?
Well, I am not entirely sure that that is a legitimate question, quite frankly, in this exercise. I suppose you can ask it in a different forum, but I'm not entirely sure that this is a permissible question for this exercise. Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, back at sub-item 23 under subhead 2, this is the fees. I didn't get an answer, so let me ask the question again. Is this the payment of fees or is it the payment of costs? Because, of course, as I said, the costs that would have been awarded for the action that you referred to should be paid by the Office of the Attorney General. I can't see how it would be that the Office of Auditor General would be paying the fees of the individual involved who was then in litigation with the then Minister of Finance. Can I get some clarity as to whether it is her fees being paid?
Minister?
I am looking, I don't know if we are looking at the same.
23, sub-item 23, fees, $2 million.
And you're asking if this is for payment for fees?
Fees, you see, is it the public service and the Office of the Auditor General cannot pay the fees for the individual, for the Auditor General. I understand if, as you said, it is as a result of being successful in litigation that the Privy Council costs have been awarded and costs total $2 million, which is why I asked for a breakdown. chairman would be well aware of the process. If it is in fact that costs were awarded, there would be a process for taxation, or maybe there's been an agreement as to the costs, but then it would be cost awarded, and that should be paid by the Office of the Attorney General. It is not usual, I'm not sure if it's proper, for the Auditor General, it was an individual in this case, for those fees to be paid, which is what it says here, by the state, as opposed to the process I've just outlined. So I'm seeking clarity.
Allow me, sir,
Please.
to direct you to the explanatory notes, which are very, 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 very lucidly clear. 02001, and this is just for the record of the viewing public, these explanatory notes were circulated
Correct.
several
Those are the
days
notes
ago.
to which I refer.
Allow me, please. I allowed you to ask. Allow me to respond, please. So 02001-23, fees, $2 million, to meet the cost of reimbursement stemming from a judgment in favor of the Auditor General, as per the Privy Council Appeal number 0057 of 2024, Auditor General versus Minister of Finance. Sir, I think that is self-explanatory.
Thank you very much, my Honorable Minister of Finance, but you are perhaps not understanding the question I'm asking. It is not usual for the state to pay for reimbursement of fees in that manner. If fees are incurred, first of all, there should have been, and that is for the Auditor General to pay, there should have been an agreement by the Attorney General at the time. My recollection, and I think it's on record in public, is the Honorable Attorney General at the time had refused to pay the fees of the Auditor General. So therefore, it was incumbent on the individual to cover the fees. So is it now that the state is paying the fees of the individual? And that would be quite improper. So I'm asking, I asked before for breakdown of the particulars. I can understand if it's an award of costs as a result of being successful in litigation. That is something that is very separate to the payment by the state of an individual's fees, and you tell me you're reimbursing an individual's fees. That is quite improper. So I'm just seeking clarification.
Asked and answered.
Well, actually, it's not.
I think that in all fairness, as chairman of this committee, can I advise the member that there was some litigation recently that I know of, that a consent order was entered into.
In this matter?
I'm simply for the public record. I'm not entering the debate. I'm
You can't, Chair, with great respect, Honorable Speaker, you are not supposed to intervene and clarify anything that the government needs to clarify.
Personal knowledge.
I don't entirely agree with you, member. Well, no. You see, because the proceedings, the accuracy of the public record and the contextual accuracy, it's extremely important. I'm just asking the member if he could perhaps have recourse to a recent consent order that was well publicized, and perhaps the member could come and ask it at a different time.
Mr. Speaker.
So that we simply just have the accuracy of the public record.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, excuse me, Honourable Member, my colleague, with the greatest of respect, it is not in your place to make that kind of statement. You are here to chair the proceedings, not to offer advice or to clarify.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, having heard the previous utterances, without getting into the debate that was just taking place, if in fact there was a consent order, and I did refer to the possibility of a consent order, again, it does not negate the question I'm asking. A consent order, assuming it was agreed that there would be payment of the Auditor General's costs of $2 million, well, I am not aware because I wasn't involved, of $2 million, then those costs must be paid by the Attorney General's department. Cannot be a consent order that the Office of the Auditor General would pay the individual's fees for reimbursement in this matter. And all I'm seeking is particulars. Perhaps those particulars can be provided if there is no immediate answer.
the honourable member is well aware of the options available to him through the Parliament via questions, etc., on the order paper, etc. He is very well aware of the process that he could follow to get further information, to get clarifications as he currently seeks. Those issues do not fall under the issues that we are raising here and dealing with today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, with the greatest of respect, this is the period of time to ask it. We have come here today being asked as a representative of the people for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, being asked by the government to approve $2 million in fees. If I am not being permitted to ask the Minister of Finance for particulars, and I'm giving the option as is a reasonable one, you can provide those particulars before the mid-year review on Wednesday, provide it in writing. But the population needs to know $2 million in fees, what are the particulars of how those fees are equated, and then who are those fees being paid to? Because it's not the state to the state. It is not the Treasury paying fees to the Office of the Auditor General.
Sufficiently been made, and I think we've belabored this item long enough. So perhaps we could move on for the economy of time.
So there's a refusal to answer the question.
I'm not saying that. I think there was a sufficiently clear enough statement as to
By
when
reading,
it will be answered.
reading it?
All right. Can we move on? Are there any other questions concerning this item? Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 02 Auditor General be supplemented by the sum of $4,982,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 02 Auditor General has been supplemented by the sum of $4,982,000. Minister of Finance, can I thank you once again, and can I thank your officer from the Auditor General Department. We move now to Head 03, with Judiciary. Head 03, Judiciary supplementation of $50 million. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now invite the Minister of Justice to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The judiciary, as a third arm of the state, is charged with the responsibility of resolving disputes that arise in our society and that are brought before the courts, ensuring justice, stability, and the rule of law in our society. While the judiciary as an independent institution of state must remain and must also appear unbiased in disputes that arise between citizens and the state, there must be comity of relations between the separate arms of the state, Parliament, Executive, and Judiciary. There must be a mutual understanding of purpose, roles, and objectives of each arm and agency of the state so that policies, laws, and resources are applied in keeping with the needs of the society for the application and dispensation of justice. In this regard, there remain open lines of communication between the Honourable Chief Justice in his administrative capacity as Head of Judiciary with his administrative arm and the Executive and its agencies and departments to ensure that resources and government support are provided for judicial operations and court improvement initiatives. The justice system is an intertwined web of systems that work together to resolve disputes and maintain the law and order of society. Delivery of justice requires collaboration among justice sector agencies, including government agencies, the public and private bar, and public and private bodies that convene together in the arena of the courts of justice in support of the overarching goal of dispensing justice. In its administrative capacity,
The judiciary continues to rely on the Attorney General as a conduit to the executive branch, the cabinet, and the legislative branch, because there is no direct representation by the judiciary at either forum, and so the voice of the judiciary is expressed through its conduit, the Attorney General. In this dispensation, collaboration between the judiciary, the Office of the Attorney General, the Minister of Justice, is critical for the effective coordination of justice sector players to achieve the objectives of a well-oiled, speedy, and reliable justice system. In this fiscal year 2025, the judiciary has been allocated just over $708 million for recurrent and capital expenditure. The sum of $642,208,339 has been provided to fund recurrent activities, and $67,200,000 has been provided for capital expenditure and development projects. In keeping with this administration's commitment to ensure a properly resourced judiciary, this administration proposes a supplementary allocation to further support the judiciary's transformation and modernization trust due to a deficient allocation made at the beginning of the financial year. In determining the quantity of the supplementary allocation, the Minister of Finance took into consideration the needs and views of the judiciary, the finite and limited resources of the state, and balanced the needs of the judiciary against the needs of other areas of the state. The proposed judiciary allocation, Mr. Chairman, recurrent expenditure, $50 million. $30 million of that is going to contract employment. Really, the shortfall in the 2025 deficit was 44. So the judiciary of its own will source another $8 million from within its existing budgetary allocation. Fees of $10 million to enable the cost of payment owed to funeral agencies and pathologists, and to compensate jurors for their services. And finally, for security services, $5 million to meet the cost of payment to security firms providing essential protection services to the officers of the judicial arm. So you have 35 and 10, 45 and 5 making $50 million. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 03, Judiciary, be supplemented by the sum of $50 million. Can I invite questions? Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Chair. Can I, in relation to the funeral agencies, can I inquire how much is owed to the respective agencies, the pathologists and the jurors? Can I get an indication as to how long these fees have been outstanding? And can I also ask for a list of the funeral agencies?
Thank you. At the beginning of the 2025 financial year, the amount owed to funeral agencies amounted to $18.2 million, of which $11.6 million has been paid to date. It must be noted that $8 million in claims were submitted to the judiciary for payment during the 2025 financial year, and the sum of $14.6 million in claims remain pending and owing to funeral agencies. Jurors and witnesses for the period 2017 to 2018, $7,078,664. I don't know if that assists.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the only outstanding thing would just be the list of the agencies. The list of the funeral agencies.
List of the funeral agencies.
You can provide that at a later stage.
Yes, I don't have that information now, but that can be provided. Yeah. We do have it. We do have it, if you may. It's a pretty long list. You want the entire list?
No, I don't need you to read it out. You can just submit it, that's fine.
Das Funeral Home, Sterling and Terry Funeral Home, Simpsons Memorial Limited, Grace Funeral Home, Roland Boudou Funeral Home, IE Guide Funeral Home, Denny's Funeral Home, Junior Armstrong Memorial Funeral Services, Belgrove Funeral Home, Ideal Funeral Sanctuary Limited, Clive Allen Funeral Home, White's Funeral Home, Clark and Batu Funeral Home, Boise Boudou Funeral Home, Quashi's Funeral Home, David Guides Funeral Services, David Boudou Funeral Home, I. Armstrong Funeral Home, Precious Memories Funeral Services, Janelle Funeral Chapel Limited, SIMOHSJ Simpson and Sons Funeral Home, Eli Funeral Services.
Can you, I'm grateful for the list, so in submitting same, can you also attach the amounts owed to the individual? And you can submit it, there's no need to give it right now, just in the interest of time.
Thank you so much.
For San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under line item 02-00116, contract employment for $35 million. Is this contract employment for existing contracts or are these new contracts?
Existing contracts, remember, the contract posts approved in the Judiciary, 1,980 approved. The positions filled is 1,402 posts filled. Contract posts vacant, just by way of information, 578 million. So for the contract post already filled, the allocation for the 2025 was $168,500,000, of which there was a deficit of $44 million. So that is part payment towards the $44 million deficit.
Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, with respect to that, in response to your clarification, you said that there are 578 vacant contract positions?
78 vacant contract positions, and that's correct.
And is it that the Judiciary is looking to fill those positions?
I think in their best attempts, they would certainly like to fill it for the full efficiency of the Judiciary.
But in respect to this fiscal year, do you expect any of those positions to be filled? And if so, how many?
I am not too sure I can answer that question right now. I'm sure representations are made, deliberations can be determined, and a rationalization can be reached on the matter.
Mr. Chairman,
but some of it
is
very important because under the new AJIPA system, they need more masters to fill certain positions for the proper efficiency of especially the criminal justice side of things.
Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, those positions have Cabinet approval?
The 578 vacant positions?
Yes.
I am advised that it has, yes. As you know, this has been outstanding. This is what this administration has met with, so this has to be rationalized with the Judiciary.
The governance is a continuation. It's a comment.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Yes, within the 3 months left in the financial year, will it be possible to utilize all of the funds you are asking for in terms of recruiting all of these people in the context of the procedures that have to be followed to recruit the persons involved?
Well, maybe I did not make myself clear. These are existing positions that have already been filled by the Judiciary, but this is arrears and deficits in payment towards those positions. So it's no fresh recruitment.
No problem.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, this is to supplement, to provide for the shortfall in the allocation made in 2025 budget by your good self, the former Minister of Finance. This is that shortfall.
No other questions. The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 03, Judiciary, be supplemented by the sum of $50 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 03, Judiciary, has been supplemented by the sum of $50 million. Minister of Justice, may I thank you and your staff? Yes. Head 04, Industrial Court. Head 04, Industrial Court, is supplementation of $771,000. I will now invite the Minister of Justice to make a brief statement, the usual 5 minutes on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This year, 2025, marks the 60th anniversary of the Industrial Court of Trinidad and Tobago, as in 1965 it became the first industrial court to be established in the English-speaking Caribbean. Today, the Industrial Court continues to be an important institution in the delivery of fair and equitable and expeditious justice to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The court is seized with the power to adjudicate on and therefore resolve unresolved disputes between employers and unions that deal with the breaches of the Industrial Relations Act, matters relating to maternity benefits, minimum wages, retrenchment and severance benefits, and occupational health and safety matters, amongst others. Further, the court under Section 12 of the Industrial Relations Act regularly engages in conciliation to assist parties in finding amicable, voluntary resolution to disputes. The court is comprised of a complement of experienced and qualified members who are appointed based on expertise in areas of industrial relations, law, economics, and accounting. Additionally, there's a special tribunal which the court was established by the Civil Service Act, Chapter 2301. The special tribunal, which hears and determines disputes in the civil service, the police service, the fire service, the prison service, the teaching service, the supplemental police, and central bank. The tribunal consists of the chairman of the Essential Services Division of the Industrial Court and 2 other members. Mr. Chairman, with regard to the supplemental request made, allocation, for the heading contracted services, the amount that has been requested is $450,000, and some of the service provided under this vote would be the payment of computer-aided transcription reporters who provide court reporting services for the court reporting unit, payment of an MTS horticultural services for the court, payment of rent-to-kill for pest control servicing. The other heading, Mr. Chairman, short-term employment, the sum allocated for this amount is $187,000. And the other item, it's for security services in a sum of $134,000, making a grand total of $771,000.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 04, Industrial Court, be supplemented by the sum of $771,000. Member for Aruca Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Just want to get clarification on the item 28, sub-item 28, other contracted services. Can the Honourable Minister clarify whether or not these verbatim reporters are on the establishment of the Industrial Court?
In answer to your question, Honourable Member, there are 23 vacancies for that position within the Industrial Court, and they have not been able to attract that talent, so it is for outside transcription services that this is for. They have to recruit on the outside.
So is it that you are now looking to go out to contract those services? And if so, what is the procurement process that you intend to utilize for this?
No, you want to have to go out. Just to be clear, your answer, if it is for existing contracting services?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm asking, my first question to you was whether or not these positions are on the establishment of the Industrial Court.
No, they are not, because that has not been filled. So they had to go out to outside contracting services.
So how
that answers your question?
No, it's not clearly answering my question. So how then do you make use of that service?
How are
you making use of that service? How do you contract or procure that particular service?
Has to contract these services from outside contractors, right? And are retirees from the public service that have been contracted by the Industrial Court.
So do you have them on a short-term basis? Is that what you're saying?
Long term, please.
What is it? What is the term? What is long?
Approximately 6 months to a year, member.
So they are within their contractual period at this point in time, Minister?
Yes, they are.
And when do you expect them to complete their contractual engagement?
Well, when the term comes up.
So what you're asking for would be sufficient to take you to the end of this fiscal year?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to provide a clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I thank the Honourable Minister for his information. It is ironic that my friend from Aruka Lupino is asking these questions, especially when the employment of the very same contract staff took place under their government. And what is being asked now, is to actually meet the gap between what was supposed to have been provided to these very same officers in the last budget by their government. It's very unfortunate that we are spending parliamentary time answering questions that are best answered by those on the opposite side.
Mr. Chair, the purpose of this exercise is to allow the opposition to ask questions based on items being provided. So this exercise is for the benefit of the national community. So if we are annoying the Honourable Minister, then I do not apologize. But we are asking questions in the national interest, and he's not to provide any obstruction to this exercise.
Well, I think it's unfortunate to characterize the contribution of any member as obstruction or obstructionist. Can I just urge that we use less hyperbolic language, and perhaps you could favor more anodyne language to describe your colleagues? Am I understood? Thank you. Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for the record, certainly under this side, when we were in government, there was absolutely no interference with the Industrial Court and who they may or may not have hired once they had the cabinet authority for the positions. That also applied for the judiciary. So if the Minister of Finance would allow me to finish, so I just want to mark the record that any suggestion that those on this side would have interfered with the Industrial Court and its operations is a fallacy.
Mr. Chairman, The member for wherever you making.
Member for wherever.
Members, I don't think that there was any suggestion. I mean, when you look at the utterances, hold on a minute. When you look at the utterances coming both from the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance, I don't think there could be any suggestion that there was remotely any insinuation, whether direct, indirect, tangential, or otherwise, that anyone interfered with any court. So it's unfortunate, but let's move on. I take it that there are no other questions on these line items.
Mr. Chair, the suggestion was it was done under you all and a reference to,
yes, but
the chief.
Yes, but let's fairly characterize what was said. And so let's move on, please. I take it there are no other questions to these line items. Member for Roca-Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Item number 43, security services. Can the Honourable Minister indicate or itemize the security firms that these payments are due and outstanding?
The firm used is the MTS, National Maintenance, Training and Security Services Company Limited.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether or not there is an existing contract and the extent and when that contract is due to expire?
And my instruction that the contract has expired. Has expired, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So let's, Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I just wanted to confirm line item 0122, short-term employment. Are these positions additional short-term employment to the end of the fiscal, or is it to cover existing persons?
It is to cover, the answer is it's to cover what is already existing.
So we go now, honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for head 04, industrial court, be supplemented by the sum of $771,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 04, industrial court, has been supplemented by the sum of $771,000. Minister of Justice, thank you, and thank your staff. Head 05, Office of the Parliament. Head 05, Office of the Parliament, is supplementation of $27,988,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make the usual brief opening statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Office of the Parliament provides administrative and apolitical support services to the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The office functions under the leadership of the Clerk of the House, assisted by the Clerk of the Senate as Deputy Head. The office also ensures the proper functioning of the Chamber, which includes the provision of procedural advice and essential professional support services. The supplementation of the appropriation by the sum of $26,988,000 was required to meet unanticipated costs, being the payment of arrears of salary owed to holders of public offices arising out of the implementation of the 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission, as well as for expenses to be incurred under an array of items listed under goods and services. I now hold ourselves open to questions from members opposite. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 05, Office of the Parliament, be supplemented by the sum of $27,988,000. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with regards to line item 01000101, salaries and cost of living allowances, we have some categories of persons to be paid under this item. Is it possible to get the names of the persons who are to be paid and the amounts which they are to be paid in terms of the arrears?
You're asking for persons' names and salaries?
Salaries, not their salaries, the arrears that are to be paid using this expenditure here.
I'm sorry, we don't have that information available to us right now, but we'll consider providing it to you in due course. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask for some understanding of the requirement to provide in writing? Is it a consideration or is it something that is required if the information is not available based on when you ask the question?
Thank you.
Probably clarify that.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
I think the minister could probably clarify that perhaps a little more.
Chairman, if I may, before you ask the minister to clarify, I'm asking in terms of the procedural rules of this Parliament and this Senate Finance Committee. So I'm asking a procedural question, not necessarily relating to the specific question I've asked here, but in terms of what are the requirements when information is requested and it is not available at the time.
My understanding of it is this, that they can undertake specifically to provide the information, which if they give a specific undertaking, they must comply with. However, if they choose to use the more neutral term to consider it, it is a matter which they will consider, which might fall entirely within their own policy considerations. Insofar as a consideration is concerned, there perhaps would be a range of factors to take into account, and not necessarily compulsory disclosure of persons' names and salaries. These proceedings are being broadcast live. The minister may or may not want to take into account confidentiality issues. That's a matter for him and his own policy considerations. So I think it would very much depend on the nature of the assurance given, whether it is an undertaking specifically to do something or whether it is merely an intimation that they will consider it. And then depending on what, the member may then have certain procedural options available to them. Am I clear enough?
Mr. Chairman, no, unfortunately, I'm no clearer now than when you started. So
perhaps I could explain this to you very shortly. There's a vast difference between giving an undertaking to provide something and saying that you will consider providing something. If you give a specific undertaking, then one would imagine that you've considered the range of factors to take into account before you give such an undertaking. If you say that you consider, I suppose that the minister retains that residual discretion to consider it together with the range of factors which provide for disclosure and which militate against disclosure.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I understand that. What I am asking is, based on the requirements of this House and this committee, what is a minister required to disclose, whether they are saying it orally here or whether they have to provide it in writing? I'm asking a procedural question.
My understanding, the short answer to that is my understanding is that there's no such requirement.
There is no such requirement.
That's what I'm advised
to provide
by those who are far more experienced in these matters than I am. However, if you would like, I could perhaps expand on it at some other time, but in the interest of economy of time, perhaps we could move on if there is any other question to the minister.
Yes, there is. I would like to ask.
And Member Fedego Martin Notice can
Thank
perhaps
you very
move on
much.
to ask.
Based on what the Minister of Finance has said, is the minister saying that he's unaware that with respect to Head 05, Item 01, Sub-Item 01, that this is back pay for opposition UNC members of Parliament as a result of the SRC report? Is the minister saying that he's not aware that this item is to pay him and his colleagues back pay arising from the SRC report?
That I can answer.
Yes.
The 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission was brought by the People's National Movement government and approved in the House of Parliament by the People's National Movement government. The gentlemen across on that side are very well aware that this is to deal with payments to several classes of individuals. It's not for payment of the opposition. It is for payments of members of parliament, including yourselves. And this was brought to the chamber by the government of the PNM.
One, I would like to respond when the minister.
Proceed.
That statement is incorrect. We are dealing with the parliament. We are dealing with head 05, item 001, sub-item 01. This has nothing to do with persons who are on this side at this point in time. This deals with members of parliament in the previous parliament, and is the minister saying that he's unaware that this item is for him to get back pay?
Mr. Chair, I would really want members on the opposite side to read and digest the explanatory notes, because the explanatory notes are very clear. Allow me, for the public record, to clear up and disabuse the member of any of his issues. The purpose of this is to honor the payment of arrears of salaries as per the 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission, as well for increased monthly payments. The arrears of salaries have been audited and are scheduled for payment. The arrears of salaries are due to members of parliament, including the member opposite.
No way.
Senators, speakers of the House, deputy speaker, leader of the opposition, president of the Senate, vice president of the Senate, clerk of the House, clerk of the Senate, ombudsman, executive officer to the ombudsman, head of legal and state counsel. Mr. Chair, I think that information there is sufficient for clarifying the issues raised by the member opposite.
I would like to speak after the minister is finished. The minister has said it includes payment for members on this side. I've asked them, I may ask the question another way. Is the minister unaware of the fact that this is only for former UNC opposition members of parliament and does not include any payment for members of parliament on this side? Is the minister unaware of that fact? Because he keeps saying it is for payment for people on this side, which I know is not true. So is he unaware that this is for his back pay and his UNC colleagues in the former House of Representatives?
I want to refer you again to the explanatory notes. Members of parliament, senators, speaker of the House, deputy speaker, leader of the opposition, president of the Senate, none of whom, president of the Senate was not a member on this side, is not a member of the side, vice president of the Senate, clerk of the House, clerk of the Senate, ombudsman, executive officer to the ombudsman, head of the legal division, and senior state counsel 1. The explanations, sir, are in the explanatory notes that members opposite would have received previously. I think this matter has been clearly explained.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to have a breakdown of how much of the 13.6 million is to be used to pay members of parliament, the arrears, senators, in the different categories that are outlined here, please.
Again, ma'am, we will consider your request. There are several factors. No, hold on, please. There are several factors involved in considering these matters, especially when you have information that needs to be tabulated, collated, etc., on a short-term basis. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I must again ask, is there going to be a request made by the Parliament for the information within a specific time frame?
I think I've already
Sorry, sorry, Minister.
You're asking me that question?
Yes, as the chairman of the committee.
Well, I will have to defer to the advice of the public servants who know this far better than I do, and I will have to defer to them on what is the practice, what is the usual practice, and also what I'm legally permissible to do having regard to what you've just asked. So I cannot now provide an answer to that. The short answer to your inquiry is that. Can we just move on? I see participant North St. Anne's. Are you finished, member? Sorry.
Well, I was asking, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, if there would be a time frame in which you would respond to my question.
I cannot now answer that, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in an attempt to assist my colleague, the Honourable Member for St. Anne's East, I'd like to draw attention to Standing Order 84.3. And if I may, it says, in consideration of each head identified, the Standing Finance Committee, which is us gathered here, may seek clarification from the relevant accounting officers and technocrats. So really what that indicates is that we are permitted to ask questions of the technocrats as a matter of courtesy. We do it through the minister who is there present. However, it is incumbent on the technocrats to provide the information that is requested by these elected members of Parliament.
Noted.
Yes, I accept the standing order says that. But anyway, when called upon, we'll decide. Perhaps it might be the ideal thing to issue a practice note on. I will consider issuing a practice note or amending the standing orders, because what the member for St. Anne's East is asking, there is no specific time frame on it. So we could probably consider that. Can we, member for Ruka Lopino?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item 001, sub-item 64, operations of constituency offices. I'm seeing that there is an increase in the allocation, $5 million. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what specifically that $5 million is intended to be utilized for?
I'm advised by the Clerk of the House that that is to pay for persons who are no longer employed or whose term of office would have ended given the change in government. Severance benefits, etc. Correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm referring now to sub-item 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. I'm seeing an increase in the allocation by $750,000. I'm told that it is for the ceremonial opening of Parliament. Can the Honourable Minister state or give some information with respect to the service providers that would have accounted for $750,000 for the ceremonial opening of the Parliament?
Unfortunately, we don't have that information at hand. I'm advised by the technical staff that that can be provided in writing in due course.
When you say in due course, would it be in time for the midterm review, sir?
The midterm review is on Wednesday. We will try our very best to get it to you by that time.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
You're most welcome.
Honourable members, the question is that the
No,
20...
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I think you might have...
I still have something on this item. There are a
But I
number
think
of
you might have...
sub-items. I was waiting for them to finish talking. I was being polite.
I am tempted to say something cheeky. That's a rather strange inclination from you, but...
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would hope you would not say that. It might go towards an allegation of bias.
Well, you know, if you want to walk that road, we could walk that road. But anyway, I'll allow you to ask your question.
I would never go down that road, Mr. Speaker.
I would imagine so. But let's ask your question.
I'm not stupid. So, head 05, subhead 02, sub-item 001/66. Could I get a breakdown of the $750,000 that the government spent for the opening of Parliament?
I think that question was just asked by your colleague from Auditor. I think that was also asked. So if we could move on, please.
I would just like you ask the question, ma'am. A breakdown.
Member for Arima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I ask on the item 005, project 001, refurbishment and retooling of constituency offices and members of the House of Representatives?
Some difficulty in hearing you with the noise coming from your left. So perhaps you can ask the question again.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at subhead 09, item 005, project number 001. Can I just ask for an inquiry or a list of the constituencies that will, offices that will benefit from that program, please?
Thank you very much for your questions, Member for Arima. I'm advised that we will provide that information in writing, and we will also be trying our best to get it to you by the media review.
Very much, Mr. Chair.
Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask the honourable member, is it that you're saying that you do not have any information at this point in time with respect to the constituency offices that are earmarked to be refurbished under this line item?
I am saying we will provide that information to you. We don't have it at our immediate fingertips at this point in time. Thank you.
So shall we move on? Honourable members, the question is...
Mr. Speaker, I have one question. With respect to the same line item 00164, would the staff who would have been displaced at the former constituency of WMera as a result of the death of the former MP be entitled to this payment?
Thank you. I'm advised by the Clerk of the House that this caters for severance benefits. So once they would have fallen under that caption, once they would have been severed, they would have been considered.
May I ask a question? Does that mean that after the tragic death of MP Maurice Julian, the staff are automatically severed and therefore would be entitled? Okay, I see the clerk is nodding. Thank you.
Right. Can we finally put the question now? Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 05, Office of the Parliament, be supplemented by the sum of $27,988,000. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Office of the Parliament has been supplemented by the sum of $27,988,000. Can I thank the Minister of Finance and the hard-working and very able clerk of the House. Head 06, Service Commissions. Head 06, Service Commissions, a supplementation of $1,500,000. Would the member for Barataria stop disturbing me, please? The Chair, I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence to please make the usual brief opening statement. Thank you. 5 minutes. This is your first contribution, so yes. Might I remind you that it's a 5-minute contribution. 5-minute statement.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues, members of the viewing public. Chair, the Service Commission Department is constitutionally charged with the recruitment, promotion, and discipline of public officers, ensuring merit-based appointments and integrity in public service hiring. It is in many ways the backbone, Chair, of our human capital management across the civil service. The sum of $1.5 million being requested today is solely to address a shortfall in rent payments for the months of August and September 2025, inclusive of arrears carried forward from fiscal 2024. Chair, it is deeply troubling that an institution so critical to the functioning of the state has had its operational continuity compromised by prior budgetary neglect. We've inherited not just debt, but, Chair, I dare say, elements of dysfunction. The ministry will not allow the Commission to operate under threat of eviction and arrears. That won't happen, Honourable Chair. Going forward is our mandate to implement modern systems to track lease obligations, automate payment schedules, and ensure no future government will face this level of administrative embarrassment. Public service deserves better, the citizens of Trinidad deserve better, and we, the government, will deliver. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 06 Service Commissions be supplemented by the sum of $1,500,000. Aruka Lopino, member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, can you identify the buildings that that those rent payments are due and outstanding?
Chair, the buildings mentioned are Land and Securities, Cipriani Plaza, Cipriani Boulevard, DFL Building, Cipriani Boulevard, Trade Zone, El Sicuro, Wilson Road, Scarborough, and Passia Main Road, Tunapuno. Those properties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Minister indicate what is the outstanding sum due and owing at this point in time?
Chair, we're actually only paying for the cost of 1 month, and those details can be provided to the members opposite in due course.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can the Minister indicate whether the additional $1.5 million in the supplementation will be sufficient to ensure that we have the settling of those arrears by the end of this fiscal year?
Chair, I'm advised that it should be sufficient to cover. And Chair, just to add, I want to keep the members opposite notified that these are arrears, meaning it fell into their annual in 2024. So please, members, keep in mind we're paying for your illegitimacy.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask a question, sir. Lest you, I know, lest you don't see me, I'm just right here waiting.
Well, I was just about to correct
and
that.
Can he please, thank you very much, Chair.
Can you give me a chance, please?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Member, Minister, can I ask you to please withdraw the word illegitimacy and perhaps replace it with a more neutral term, perhaps tardiness?
Chair, I will. I am guided by you.
Just adopt a little more neutral language.
No problem. There are many more synonyms I can use
Chair,
at this time.
Can the Honourable Minister withdraw that word?
Well, I think he's in the process of doing so. So could you give him a chance?
Chair, thank you. There's so much urgency on the other side, yet the payments are arrears. That's what we're speaking about.
Right.
So withdrawn.
Let's leave it at that. So I take it the record will reflect you withdraw the word illegitimacy. Thank you. Member for Rima?
No, sorry, my apologies, I didn't have a question.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Member for Diego Martin, North East.
Thank you.
Lest you...
Well, thank you very much for seeing me. Could the minister indicate who the owner of the Tobago property is, please?
Chair, can he repeat? Sorry, I didn't hear him.
Could the minister please indicate who the owner of the Tobago property mentioned in your discourse is, or who is the owner of that property?
Chair, the information can be provided to opposite in a due course.
Right. So the honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 06 Service Commissions be supplemented by the sum of $1,500,000. Those in favour, say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 06 Service Commissions has been supplemented by the sum of $1,500,000. Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, I thank you and your technical staff. Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission. Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, a supplementation of $1,325,500 is proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence again to once make a brief opening statement.
Thank you once again, Chairman. Chair, the Statutory Authorities Service Commission holds a mandate for appointments, promotions, and disciplinary oversight of officers in state enterprises and statutory bodies. It plays a vital role in enforcing public accountability beyond central government. The allocation that we're looking at is $1.325 million being requested to cover arrears of salaries and allowances, including adjusted salaries for officers as directed by the 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission and formalized via Finance Circular number 11 of December 2024. Chair, what we've inherited here is a legacy of deferred obligations, in my opinion. Individuals who carried out their duties faithfully were left behind financially, sidelined by administration that simply did not plan or prioritize. The ministry has taken the decision not only to regularize these arrears, but strengthen, moving forward, planning through its digital payroll forecasting tools. It's time to stop reacting to crises and start budgeting like a modern state. Again, Chair, that time is now. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that...
Mr. Chairman, are we having discussion on this?
Yes, we are. I'm putting the question.
Thank you.
The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, be supplemented by the sum of $1,325,500. And now we could have the discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know why the Minister of Public Administration is dealing with this item, since by law, the responsible minister is the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance is the one who appoints the commission. The Minister of Finance is the one who deals with everything to do with this commission. That's my question. Why isn't the Minister of Finance dealing with this?
Minister, are you able to answer it, or would you rather seek some advice on that?
Chair, I would seek advice on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and in any event, can I indicate, and I think the member for Diego Martin Northeast must know that that is not a line item. It's an impermissible question. So for the sake of the public record, you would perhaps wish to withdraw that observation. unless you intend it to be a sotto voce observation. But let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, my difficulty with what you are proposing is that since the Minister of Public Administration is not responsible for this commission, he is in no position to answer any questions on this matter. That was why I said that.
Well, let's move on. Any other questions on this? No? Right. Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 07 Statutory Authority Service Commission be supplemented by the sum of $1,325,500. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. Head 07, the Statutory Authority Service Commission has been supplemented by the sum of $1,325,000. Thank you again to the Minister of Public Administration and your staff. At 09, Tax Appeal Board. Okay. The proposed supplementation is in the sum of $270,000. I will now invite the Minister of Justice and Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General to make the usual brief opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this submission. I am pleased to share an overview of the Tax Appeal Board of Trinidad and Tobago, including its core functions and forward-looking goals. The Tax Appeal Board of Trinidad and Tobago is a superior court of record. It was established in 1966 by Act of Parliament, Chapter 450 of the Laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. As a superior court of record, it determines the procedure to be followed in an appeal and issues practice directions from time to time. The court deals with a wide variety of issues on appeal from various administrative bodies in respect of both direct and indirect taxes, as well as anti-dumping appeals and other related matters, such as petroleum taxes and appeals pursuant to various pieces of legislation, including the Financial Institutions Act and the Tourism Development Act. In relation to both direct taxes, such as income and corporation tax, and indirect taxes such as value-added tax or customs and excise duties, the quantum involved routinely concerns appeals from assessment involving millions of dollars, and also because of the nature of the jurisdiction, frequently involves multinational corporations seeking to offset head office expenses among members of the group or debt write-off. However, in light of the above, due to drastic decline in the economy, due to the fluctuation in oil prices, the budgetary allocation for the board has decreased tremendously. It has managed to weather the storm for the past 2 years. The vision of the Tax Appeal Board to realize a fully computerized court, an e-court, whereby services from the registry to the court, also to the court's external clients, are available online. In support of this vision, the board's mission is to deliver to our clients, both internal and external, a prompt and efficient system of appeals from assessment to the various taxes and duties, and to deal effectively with any other matters which fall under its jurisdiction. Mr. Chairman, the amount sought, it's $1,190,000 as proposed. Yes.
270. Minister, perhaps you might want to just. Give me where are they?
It's right to the front of your document.
Give me a separate sheet there. You have this in a separate sheet.
Thank you for that information. The note provided added 2 extra bits of information. However, the sum apparently allocated is $270,000.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 09, Tax Appeal Board, be supplemented by the sum of $270,000. Those in favor? Sorry, 270. I was just jumping the gun there a bit. I suppose there are no questions. Huh? Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 09, Tax Appeal Board, be supplemented by the sum of $270,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Head 09, the Tax Appeal Board, has been supplemented by the sum of $270,000. Minister of Justice and Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, thank you, and your staff, the Registrar. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board of Trinidad of $637,000. I will now invite the Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development to make the usual brief opening statement on this. Might I remind the Minister that the statement is to be confined to 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Registration, Recognition and Certification Board is a tripartite body created via the Industrial Relations Act, Chapter 8801. The board consists of a chairman and 8 other members who are appointed by the Minister of Labour. The chairman is elected by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago after consultation with such organizations as, in her opinion, most representative of workers and employers. With respect to the members of the board, 3 members are persons nominated by such organizations as, in the opinion of the minister, are the most representative of workers. 3 members being persons nominated by such organizations as, in the opinion of the minister, are the most representative of employers, and 2 members being persons jointly nominated by organizations most representatives of workers and employers. The minister appoints the chairman and 8 members of the board, and shall in a like manner appoint an alternate member. The present board was appointed in November 2022. The board has a secretariat, which is headed by a secretary, who is the accounting officer. The secretariat is comprised of 25 public officers who carry out the day-to-day functions of the board. The role of the secretariat is to provide consistent, accurate, timely, and useful information to the board in carrying out its mandate. The duties of the board as outlined in Section 23(1) of the Industrial Relations Act, Chapter 8801, are as follows. A, the determination of all applications, petitions, and matters concerning certification of recognitions under Part 3, including the taking of preferential ballots under Section 34(2). B, the certification of recognized majority unions. C, the recording of the certification of recognized majority unions. D, the making of an agency shop orders and conduct of ballots and proceedings. E, the cancellation of the certification of recognition of trade unions. And F, such other matters as are referred or assigned to it by the minister. The board generally meets once per month with ad hoc meetings as required in fulfilling its work plan. Mr. Chairman, the work of the board is critical to the industrial peace of Trinidad and Tobago and continues to keep abreast with the ever-evolving work environment. I would like to thank the current board and the staff of the Secretariat for their ongoing commitment to our industrial relations climate. Mr. Chairman, we stand ready and willing to respond to questions of this honorable committee.
The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 11, I beg your pardon, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board be supplemented by the sum of $637,300. I take it there are no questions. Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board be supplemented by the sum of $637,300. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board has been supplemented by the sum of $637,300. Thank you very much, Minister, to you and your staff. Public Service Appeal Board. Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board, a supplementation of $1,346,000 is being proposed. I will now, I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make the usual brief opening statement on this head.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Head 12 is the Public Service Appeal Board. The Public Service Appeal Board was established under Section 130 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The board is responsible for handling appeals related to decisions made by service commissions or delegated authorities in disciplinary proceedings against public officers. We now hold ourselves available to answer any questions that members may have.
The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board, be supplemented by the sum of $1,346,000. There are no questions. Member for Diego Martin Central, who seems to make borderline tardiness quite a habit, but let's move on. That was just a joke.
You weren't looking up, my hand was up.
That was just a joke. We could move on. Go ahead.
Honorable Minister, 020116, and it's the same question for 22 as well. I just wanted to know if the increases of 113,000 and 158,000, if these are for persons that are already in post, or if these are for additional resources.
Thank you, Minister. Member. This is to meet with the shortfall because of the under-budgeting for this allocation. So this is to treat with persons who are already employed and to make sure that they are paid up to the end of the fiscal 2025.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board, be supplemented by the sum of $1,346,000. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board, has been supplemented by the sum of $1,346,000. Minister of Finance, I thank you once again, and I also thank your Secretary of the Board and the Administrative Officer for. Thank you very much. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, is supplementation of $128,403,880 is proposed. I will now invite the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to make the usual brief opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is a pleasure to appear before the committee for the first time since our government's election victory on April 20, 2025. Mr. Chairman, I do so in full recognition of the critical role the Standing Finance Committee plays in ensuring transparency, accountability, and sound oversight in the use of public funds. This government, under the leadership of the Honorable Kamla Pasabi-Sessa, member for Siparia, remains resolute in its commitment to the responsible and strategic allocation of national resources, with a clear focus on improving the quality of public services and safeguarding the well-being of all citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Mr. Chairman, I wish to take this opportunity to provide a high-level overview of the proposed increases under Head 13, the Office of the Prime Minister, where recurrent expenditure has been increased by 128.4 million to address a number of priority areas. Key allocations include, Mr. Chairman, you will recall that it was under People's National Movement government that there was an increase with respect to the 120th report of the Salary Reviews Commission to reflect revised compensation for holders of public offices. Further, the St. Mary's Children's Home and the Children's Authority to meet urgent operational costs for the final quarter fiscal 2025 owing to shortfalls in the initial budgetary provision. The Minister of Finance earlier spoke in other areas where they appeared to be under budgeting. Mr. Chairman, I make this comment knowing fully well that just a few days ago, the former Minister of Education indicated that the PNM cares about children. In light of this supplementation, Mr. Chairman, for critical institutions like the St. Mary's Children's Home and the Children's Authority, which has been severely understaffed, under-resourced and under budget, the statements by the member for St. Anne's East just a few days ago clearly demonstrates that it was a total untruth told to the population. Mr. Chairman, most significantly to the National Library and Information Systems, NALIS, where funding will support the implementation of updated compensation packages for staff. This includes increase in salaries, NIS contribution, health insurance premiums, allowances, pension contributions, and contract-related payments as authorized by the Chief Personnel Officer. Mr. Chairman, in light of the supplementation, what is clear to all and sundry is that the former government crashed the economy. We are now seeing in hard concrete evidence of high levels of incompetence. And Mr. Chairman, I know we are not at the debate stage just as yet, but I can assure you from the information that is now available to us, having had it been hidden by the former administration, massive amounts of corruption has been unearthed and will be shared with the national population.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, be supplemented by the sum of $128,403,880. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Honourable Minister, for my own understanding, can you tell me, first of all, given the reassignment of portfolios and ministries, going forward, will the entities, St. Mary's Children's Home and Children's Authority, remain under the OPM, or will it be assigned to another line ministry?
Member,
first of all, does that concern expenditure on a line item, or does that concern policy? If it concerns policy or whatever it is, I don't think it's a permissible question in this forum.
So Chairman, I was just, if I could not be disturbed by the member from St. Augustine, please, Chairman. I was just asking so I understand which ministries Chairman, if you could please guide the member.
Can you all allow the member to ask?
Thank you so much, Chairman.
Perhaps you could temper the concern somewhat.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm only asking so that I understand the actual line ministry, even now, that will be responsible for the expenditure, the actual and the operations. If the minister is
Mr. Chairman,
happy
if
to
you would
understand.
allow, if the honourable member came fully prepared to deal with today's Standing Finance Committee, the honourable member should have been in a position to say Office of the Prime Minister, sub-item 04, item 007 households. Seeing the member is not doing his homework when he was in the ministry as a minister, and now he is a member of parliament. If he follows the proper procedure, we'll be able to answer those questions.
Mr. Chair, to pick up on the member for Diego Martin Central, when one looks at the explanatory notes, he's asking quite a pertinent question, because if you look at A, it says St. Mary's Children's Home, $3,070,000 for the months July to September 2025. This is being allocated to the Office of the Prime Minister. So one is quite within his purview, the member for Diego Martin Central, to ask, is it intended that it stay there?
Chairman, to add to that, the minister will remember I asked going forward.
See, the difficulty I have with that question, and I don't want to take up too much time, but the difficulty I have with that question is it does not concern expenditure. Rather, it concerns what may happen in the future, which none of us here...
No, Mr. Chair, with the greatest of respect, it does concern expenditure, because we're being asked to allocate $3 million for this period in time.
North, if you would allow me to finish. The question as framed has nothing to do with expenditure. It simply asks, can the minister say whether those two entities will remain under the purview of the Office of the Prime Minister? And my point on that is simply this. Whether an entity will remain or not does not concern expenditure at this stage. That is an item in futuro that may or may not happen. So if we could confine our questions to that narrow focus that we are here assembled for, I'd be very grateful.
If you wouldn't mind, these two entities originally, or prior to this government's entrance, fell under the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs, which no longer exists. I was simply asking, Chairman, if it would remain under the Office of the Prime Minister or if it would be reassigned to another line ministry. If the minister chooses not, Chairman, if you would please guide the members of the government who insist on the crosstalk. It is a simple question, and if the minister chooses not to answer, that is also fine. But I am asking the chairman.
Can we, please, you see, you can't complain about crosstalk and then engage in it yourself.
Well, Chairman, if the member is not being asked to stop, I will also engage in the crosstalk.
Well, it's a bit rich to complain about small talk when you yourself engaging in it. So let's move on.
Chairman, I didn't say small talk, I said crosstalk.
Crosstalk. Well, perhaps my description of it might be more apt. But let's move on, please. I don't think it's a permissible question. You may ask another question.
Thank you, Chairman. If the Honourable Minister for 04000504 could give me what are the details of the operational costs covered by this supplementation?
Mr. Chairman, had the Honourable Member been listening to my opening statement, the Honourable Member will recognise, and the Honourable Member should know better actually, having been in this office before, that our administration came in just over a month, and this is a situation where the government should be asking members opposite, because this is their lack of proper budgeting. This is a reflection of their waste, massive amounts of corruption, and therefore, when the member speaks about 04000504, this is clear evidence that contrary to what they tried to say just a few days ago, that they did not have the interest of the children who are the most vulnerable in our society at heart when they did not properly budget for financing the operations of the St. Mary's Children's Home. So, member, be careful of what you're asking for, knowing fully well that your administration did not properly budget for the St. Mary's Children's Home, and now this administration, under Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, member for Siparia, is ensuring that the St. Mary's Children's Home are able to meet their operational expenses until the end of the financial year.
Mr. Chair.
Preceded you.
Not West, Chairman.
You have another question for Diego Martin?
Well, Chairman, my original question wasn't answered. It was all around the mulberry bush. The question still stands, Chairman.
Well, I'm afraid.
Mr. Chairman, I can see why that honourable member has a difficulty. You see, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, 48.4. If every time there's an utterance from the member for no longer Princestown, the minister in the office of the Prime Minister, he's going to be insulting the honourable member for Diego Martin Central. It's quite uncouth and unbecoming of someone holding an office.
And he still hasn't answered the question asked.
I am to what? You'll what?
Members.
Mr. Chairman, the question still hasn't been answered.
Members, please, can we just move on in a civilized manner and stop exchanging and hurling insults at each other across the corridor? Right. Member for Diego Martin Central, it would appear that you've exhausted your attempts to extract an answer out of the minister. So can we move on to Diego Martin West, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to know from the minister, has the $12 million originally allocated been fully utilized? Item 04-00504. Apologies.
Member, I'm advised by the PS in the office of the Prime Minister that no, it would be exhausted in a short order, and they felt it was necessary to have a supplement.
So I want to add by asking the 3.07 million, what exactly will it be expended on?
Honourable Member, I know you're new, but I would ask that you pay attention that the 3.07 million that you're referring to is for the St. Mary's Children's Home.
But what specifically? What specifically?
We have
Minister?
indicated it has to do with the operational and administrative expenses as it relates to the efficient running of the children's home.
Mr. Chair.
Under the same line.
One question at a time.
Yes.
I'm not going to allow myself to be bombarded by people purporting to hurl questions from different corners. So we're going to do this in a structured and orderly manner. And you have to decide amongst yourselves who is going to ask the questions in which order.
Mr. Chair, we're still asking the same question under line item 04-005.
San Fernando East, are you asking a question or you're making an observation in aid of your friend from the
I am asking a question, sir, if I were allowed to do so.
Hold on. You will be permitted to do so. Yes. Well, I was just about to clarify. Member for Diego Martin West, are you finished with your questions?
The question hasn't been answered in full, Chairman, with all respect. He mentioned that the 12 million already allocated has not been exhausted as yet.
By he, I'm assuming you meant the minister.
Sorry, the honourable member mentioned that the 12 million has not been exhausted as yet.
Well, I think he was in the process of giving an answer when he was interrupted, but
sorry, Chair, he finished answering that question and he answered that question by saying no. Well, the member answered that question by saying no. The follow-up question to that to the member is with this additional 3 million that is being asked of us is what specifically is it going to be used for? The member gave a vague answer in that regard, and we still aren't clear as to exactly what these funds are going to be
I will invite the
utilized
Minister
for.
to complete his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, dealing with the first matter. Right now, the allocation of 12.7 million that was initially made, 11,470,000 has already been expended up to this time. The member is asking for information regarding what the additional sums will be used for, and I don't know if the member wants me to go into talking about groceries and toilet paper and electricity bill and so on, but in terms of administrative arrangements, they should know very well that they under-budgeted and under-resourced critical areas with respect to children's issues in terms of the provision for the most vulnerable in our nation's society. And therefore it is hypocritical for members opposite to come to ask these questions, knowing that they did not sufficiently provide for the St. Mary's Children's Home and the Children's Authority. So should they require additional information, I would encourage my colleagues to file the necessary questions in the Parliament so we can tell them how much toilet paper and groceries may be needed with respect to the St. Mary's Children's Home and Children's Authority. But I find it disgraceful and shameful that members opposite would ask these questions knowing that they stayed silent when the St. Mary's Children's Home and Children's Authority was under budgeted, because my colleagues on this side of the House can tell you that the member for Chaguanas East, the member for Separe, and the member at that time was Princess Sound, we raised these issues of the under-budgeting and under-resourcing of these critical institutions. So therefore, the members opposite should be telling us, why did you choose to under-resource and under-budget critical institutions like these?
I think San Fernando East had his hand up before St. Anne's East.
Mr. Chair, same line item 04000504. And I want to remind those on the other side that we are here not to inform ourselves, but the public, the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Question,
yes,
member, please.
To the Minister, will we ever receive a breakdown of this expenditure for the St. Mary's Children's Home? Mr. Chair, thank you.
Minister?
That was dealt with already, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. St. Anne's East, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the same line item, I would like to have a clarification. The member indicated that the funds that were allocated originally have not been fully utilized, yes?
Allocated at this point, we are at 11.5 million.
And the original allocation was more than that, therefore they have not been fully utilized?
You would appreciate that there's expenditure until the end of the financial year.
I just
and that is why we're in the situation that we are in.
Chair, I mean, our responsibility on this side, Mr. Chair, is to ask questions. And we are asking those questions in alignment with the standing order. Why is the Honourable Minister being allowed to be so insultive to members of the opposition and behaving in the most scandalous way? And I'm asking you to please take charge of these proceedings. I'm just simply asking you that. Because we are asking legitimate questions in alignment with our standing orders, and we are being responded to with insulting languages, Mr. Chair. It's just simply wrong.
Well, I don't want to take too much time with that, but let me summarily and perfunctorily tell you, I disagree. As the question has been, has the question been sufficiently answered?
No, it has not been. I asked.
My recollection is that the minister said that they are at 11.5. The allocation was 12 million. The extra, the sought after allocation is to the end of the year. Having been told that, do you still have a further question, member for St. Anne's East?
I am asking for a clarification under the same item. I am asking if the allocation was insufficient, what would be the 3.07 million be used for? Under what area where was the insufficiency, and if we are going to get that in writing?
I think an effort has been made to answer that, but
Mr. Chairman, as you would appreciate for all line items in various ministries, state enterprises, etc., that this takes us to the end of the financial year, which has about a few months to go again. The member, having served in government, would understand that, and therefore reaching the threshold of $12 million with just a few months to go again, it will require the same continuation in terms of the same line items that would have been under this particular area in the office of the Prime Minister when the member served in government. So it has not changed.
Mr. Chairman, I asked a simple question. I asked if the allocation was insufficient. I would like to know where those areas of insufficiency were, and therefore where the expenditure under 04000504, where is that going to be applied to? And I asked if that can be provided in writing.
yes, I think, in my respectful view, that question has been asked at least 5 times in 5 different forms. I think it's been...
Can it be answered, Mr. Chairman? Is it an answer
well,
we are
asking for? If you would have hung on a bit, I think the question has been sufficiently answered for the purpose, for these purposes. I think if you go back to what the minister has said, the learned minister has repeatedly said it is to take the allocation, the sought allocation is to take the expenditure until the end of the financial year. So can we just move on? I have a question.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, that is not an answer.
I have a question from Oropush East, I'm told.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that this committee return to its business.
Are there any other questions? Diego Martin, Central Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under 0600453, NALIS, can you, Honourable Minister, give me an idea of the details of the contract employment amount of 8.9 million as listed in your explanatory notes?
These existing contracts? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
These contract positions are existing contracts and existed prior to April 28 when the member's government lost office. So this is nothing new in terms of the 48 positions. They are warm bodies, I'm advised, in those positions, and they would have existed under People's National Movement Administration.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, be supplemented by the sum of $403,880. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, has been supplemented by the sum of $128,403,880. I would thank the Minister and his staff. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, supplementation is proposed of $32,740,140. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make the usual brief opening statement on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, as I await the arrival of the technician. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Tobago House of Assembly, the THA, was established by an Act of Parliament number 40 of 1996. This Act seeks to provide for the membership, powers and functions of the THA and its Executive Council and matters incidental thereto. The THA was provided with an original allocation in the sum of $2,375,755,600 on the recurrent expenditure. Under the development program, an additional allocation of $205 million was provided. In addition, the sum of $18 million was provided under the unemployment relief program for a total allocation of $2,598,755,600. Further, the sum of $894,489,821 was allocated to various heads of expenditure for the provision of services to Tobago. Therefore, the total combined allocation of $3,493,245,421 equates to 5.85% of the overall funding allocated for 2025. I look forward to questions from members on the opposite side, for which we'll be able to provide answers relating to the specific supplementation in today's conversation.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, be supplemented by the sum of $32,740,140.
Just one question, please.
Member for Arima.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, in relation, could the, I know it's in the explanatory note, where you indicated that there's remuneration to holders of public officers within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission. Could you provide us with the names and the amounts, please?
I'm advised that that can be provided.
Thank you very much.
All right, so no other questions, honourable members? The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, be supplemented by the sum of $32,740,140. Those in favour, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, has been supplemented by the sum of $32,740,140. Minister of Finance, thank you, and I want to thank the Chief Administrator from the Tobago House of Assembly for making the trip over. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, a supplementation of $13,900,000 is proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Homeland Security and/or the Minister of Defense to make a brief opening statement for him. Well, imagine everybody knows it's 5 minutes by now.
Members of the Finance Committee and colleagues, the national security, soon to be restructured into the Ministry of Homeland Security and Defense, holds the responsibility to preserve for the preservation of law and order and the protection of public safety and the defense of the nation against internal and external threats. The Minister remains resolute. The Ministry remains resolute in its commitment to addressing the complex and evolving security challenges facing the country. Statistic, planning, operational effectiveness, and clear sense of national duty. The purpose of this appearance is to present
provide context for the supplementary allocation of $13.9 million to the ministry. This sum reflects existing obligations arising out of the shortfall in the fiscal year 2025 budget. I am prepared to answer any question or provide further details as required.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, be supplemented by the sum of $13,900,000. Member Faruqa Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Sub-item 02, item 40, food at institutions. I'm seeing a further supplementation of $3.7 million. Asking the Honourable Minister whether or not he can provide the persons that were given food to require this supplementation, or the officers.
Yes, MP for Faruqa Lopino. This food was provided for persons detained in the SOE over the period.
You mean, are you saying payment to food suppliers or contractors?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Mr. Chair.
Can you all restrain that, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Honourable Minister, do you have a list of the contractors that will be paid from the supplementation?
Yes, MP. We have a list. Do you want us to provide it to you?
Can you provide it in writing, sir? Or do you have the list with you right now?
Yeah, the list is here. I can call it out if you want.
If it is not too long, you can provide it in writing. That will be fine.
It's long. If you want to call it out,
No, you can provide it in writing.
I prefer to call it out if you want me to. This list is...
Member, are you abandoning your call for the Minister to read it out? Or?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, hold on, let me finish. I'm simply asking whether you're abandoning your call for him to read it out now and instead preferring him to provide it in writing.
No, Mr. Chair, let me clarify. I did not ask the Honourable Minister to read it out now. I asked the Honourable Minister if he has the information, and if he does so, he can provide it in writing.
Okay, my misconception.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
Honourable Minister.
We'll provide it subsequently in writing, sir.
Honourable Minister, can you also specify whether or not the services were also provided to inmates detained at some of the institutions during the state of emergency?
Could you... Which institutions are you speaking about?
The catering services that you referred to. Can you say whether or not the services were also provided to inmates detained at some of the institutions during the state of emergency?
It's for the 178 detainees. The 178 detainees.
Yes, sir. The food was provided to the detainees.
And the different institutions.
Yeah, at the different institutions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, can you also indicate or confirm whether or not the services were provided to law enforcement officers during the state of emergency?
Well, this is not concerning law enforcement at this time.
No, I'm asking, Honourable Minister, whether or not the catering services that this supplementation was utilised for will also be provided to law enforcement officers or law enforcement officers that perform duties during the state of emergency.
If I may interject, sir. The explanatory notes provided to all colleagues clearly states 02-00540 food at institutions, $4 million to meet the cost of bills on hand for the acquisition of food, as well as for the added cost of providing meals to officers who were on call-out duty during the duration of the state of emergency. Is that, are you asking for something outside of that, of that explanation?
No, Honourable Minister, the public and the viewing public does not have access to your explanatory notes. And therefore, I am asking... But
you do, sir.
I am asking the question, Honourable Minister, so that members of the viewing public can have an understanding as to what this allocation is all about. Is that unfair?
But the purposes for this is for clarification.
And that's what I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Can I answer, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, this 3.7 million is restricted to individuals detained. So it's for 178 detainees who were the subject of the state of emergency.
And it is not for officers?
The officers would be at a different line item,
Sir,
4 million.
I hope the Honourable Minister of Finance is so guided.
No, but pay attention a little bit now. Read your notes now. Apparently you didn't pay attention.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Member for Laventille West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. To the Honourable Minister, line item 0200116, contract employment, with the increase of 6.2 million. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the short-term employment for the period July to September, whether this sum caters for existing continuous employment or whether it is for new employees, please?
This is for existing contract employment.
Deeply grateful, please, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, member? Are you?
I said deeply grateful, please.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Would the member for Malabar, Mausika?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Minister, can the Minister indicate whether item 02004040, the original sum of 19,800,000, whether or not that was fully expended, or is there a balance?
Yes, sir, it was fully utilized.
Oh, can the Minister repeat? I didn't hear. The mic was off.
Yes, sir, member, it was fully utilized.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, be supplemented by the sum of 13,900,000. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, has been supplemented by the sum of 13,900,000. I want to thank the Minister of Homeland Security and the Minister of Defence and their staff. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Head 64, the Trinidad and Tobago. It is proposed that a supplementation of $119,117,400 be supplemented to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, pursuant to Head 64. I will now invite the Minister of Homeland Security and/or the Minister of Defence to make the usual opening statement. Or is this confined to Minister of Homeland Security?
Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. And these esteemed members of this distinguished Standing Finance Committee assembled here today. Today we are here to discuss the supplementary funding to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the sum of $119 million $117,400, which represents existing obligations due to the shortfall in allocation in the fiscal 2025. These fundings does not represent funds for any new projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, be supplemented by the sum of $119,117,400. Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item 009, sub-item 02, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Academy. I'm seeing an increase in the supplementation by $2 million. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what the supplementation is going to be utilized for?
Member, that's to pay outstanding bills.
Can you say what those bills are, Honourable Minister? Do you have the details?
Yes, sir. Medical bills, stationery bills.
What's the cost, Minister? Do you have the detailed breakdown of that information?
We can provide that for you.
You don't have it at this point in time, sir?
Can we provide that to the member for Aruka Lopino subsequently?
Honourable Minister, can you say when this information can be provided to the opposition?
The police has given me tomorrow as the date that they can provide such information to members of the opposition.
Thank you very much, sir.
Member for St. Anne's East had her hand up first.
Sure, I'll go on.
If the member would see.
I just was clarifying the expenditure under 040090 Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy. I'm just clarifying that is the item that was just questioned, because the explanatory note says, I'm guided by the member, Minister of Finance, that the TTPS plans to take in 2 batches of recruits of 125 persons during the latter half of fiscal 2025. Therefore, I am having a bit of difficulty understanding the explanations that were given regarding medical bills that have to be paid or that were incurred. So could I get some clarification, please?
Remember, the recruits are at different stages in the recruitment process, and as a result of that, there are still bills to pay. They got to pay for their medical exams, polygraph, polygraph, stationery, etc.
If I may, Chairman, so these are current things that are happening now. These are not past.
It will happen before the end of the fiscal year.
It will happen. Has it happened already?
Some of it, because it's an ongoing process.
So it's a process going on.
It's an ongoing process, so some have completed and some yet to complete.
I think Member for Arima wanted to ask.
Thank you very much. Minor equipment, 25 million, subhead 001, that is to facilitate payment of outstanding sums owed to Yahweh for the supply of body cameras. So can I inquire how many body cameras were purchased under this line item? Could you also, Minister, indicate how many cameras are currently operational and whether this allocation is sufficient to meet the cost for the cameras?
Member Farima? The amount of body cams requested, 3,000. How much is presently working at this time? 970 body cams.
Okay, and your allocation is sufficient?
Say again?
Your allocation would be sufficient to meet the outstanding? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honourable Minister, on the same line item 00104, is that an existing contractual arrangement you have with the service provider, sir?
Yes. Member, yes, it is.
And that is to provide how many body cameras?
Yeah, I am shocked though. I was of the opinion that you would have given me that information.
Mr. Chair.
I was hoping.
Mr. Chair.
I am going to
Thank you very much.
that the question be answered
Thank you very
in the best
much,
possible way that it can. Minister, are you able to answer?
3,000, sir. 3,000. Aruka Lopino, 3,000.
The contract is to provide or to supply 3,000 body cameras? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
How many of those cameras or body cameras being provided or being in full operation by the Tobago Police Service?
But I just answered 970.
970?
Yes,
and when do you expect the full implementation of the 3,000 body cameras?
Before the year end? By the end of the year. By the end of the year.
What is the total contract cost, sir?
24 million. Yeah, I am shocked.
So you don't have to be shocked.
Member,
if you don't have the information.
No. Well, I know you just recently left
Member, no. Okay. Hold on.
24.
Allow the minister to answer the question, please.
He's seen that he's in shock.
Well, not every narrative has to be met with a counter narrative, please.
Yes. I'm guided, Mr. Chair.
I want to assure the member for Aruka Lopino that it will get done, you know.
Minister,
just
Minister, I'm asking what is the total contract cost for this particular program?
Is this we don't have the information. We'll consider.
You do not
supplying it to you eventually.
So you are not aware of the total contract.
I'll get back to you soon.
I don't think that's a fair representation of what the minister said. Member, hang on a second, would you? He did not say that he did not know. He said he will get back to you. Not that he wasn't aware of the full contract sum. So unless there's another question.
Of course, Mr. Chair.
Well, go ahead.
To the Honourable Minister on the same line item, Mr. Chair, I'm asking the Honourable Minister to indicate whether the $25 million allocation under this line item is going to be sufficient to settle the outstanding contractual sum for this program.
MP, I'm sorry.
You can just say member. You can just say member.
Yeah, member. Member, for 10 years, you all were there and no question like this was asked. So now I'm trying to understand.
Mr. Chair.
I am trying to...
You see, the Honourable Minister is being prompted by the Honourable Minister.
No.
He can't even answer the question. He doesn't even know the contract sum.
Please,
but he has
can
to be
we have
prompted,
some
Mr.
order?
10 years.
Can we have some order? Can we have some order? The issue with that is that the honorable member for Arima asked the question was answered, and you purported to ask the same question yet again. That has already been answered. And that is why I suspect there's been a minor furor in here. So can we move on? Member for Aruka Lupino, do you have another question on an...
Mr. Chair.
Except the one that was already answered by the inquiry, pursuant to the inquiry from the member for Arima?
Mr. Chair, I'm just simply asking whether the $25 million allocation under this line item is going to be sufficient to settle outstanding
My
contractual
recollection is that
sum.
the member for Arima asked that question, and the answer was an unequivocal yes.
So, Mr. Chair, and if the answer to the question was yes, then how come does the minister does not know what is the outstanding contractual amount on this item?
Well, that...
Lupino, let me steer you. I never said that I did not know. All right? I never said I did not know. But I want to give you correct figures as it relates to any information that we have. So me saying this to you, it's not that I don't know. I just want to be clear with you. So when I give you a figure, it is correct.
And therefore, and therefore, Honorable Minister, you're saying that the $25 million allocation under this item, you will not be aware as to whether or not it will be sufficient to complete the payment under this contractual sum?
No. That question has been answered at least 3 times. So to suggest that the minister doesn't know is...
Disingenuous. Disingenuous.
Well, I wouldn't call it that. But it really is not necessary for us to go there. Can we? Right. A member for Laventille West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. Line item 02001116 to the Honourable Minister. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the 63 million originally allocated has been fully utilized? And if so, what percentage of it has been utilized, please?
Yes, member. It was in fact utilized.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Could the Honourable Minister indicate whether the new sum of 10 million under the same line item, whether it would be for additional contract workers or existing contract workers, please, Honourable Minister?
Existing members, not any new members.
Deeply grateful, please. To the Honourable Minister as well, line item 02000123, fees. Can the Honourable Minister explain whether I'm seeing a breakdown of court order matters, the 10 million being for court order matters, wire transfers and translation and other IT-related matters? Could the Honourable Minister indicate what portion of this 10 million has been allocated for court order matters, please?
Honourable Member from Laventille West, that figure has not yet been disaggregated. When it is, we would consider sending the information.
Deeply grateful, please, Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, under that same line item, could the Honourable Minister indicate whether the original 69 million allocated for fees were in fact utilized up to this date, please?
I'm told not all of the sums has been utilized.
Can the Honourable Minister provide a detail of what sums or the estimate, whether it is 50%, 70%?
At this time, we cannot, but we will ask the question, and when we have the answer, we'll consider providing it to you.
Chairman, one last question. In light of the fact that there's no indication at this time as to what percentage from that original sum allocated has been used for the fees, then what is the consensus behind asking for an additional 10 million if we can't account for any part thereof at this time, please?
Again, if it has not yet, all of that has not yet been disaggregated, then we cannot answer until it is disaggregated, and then we'll work out the percentages and we'll consider sending that directly to you.
All right. Could the Honourable Minister indicate a time frame as to when this could be provided, please, Chairman?
As soon as it is provided to us, we'll provide it to you. I can't give a time frame just yet. We'll liaise with the Office of the Commissioner of Police and we'll provide it as soon as we have it.
Deeply grateful, please, Honourable Minister, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Obliged.
Member Faruqa Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honourable Minister, item 001, sub-item 08, rent lease, office accommodation and storage. Can the Honourable Minister provide clarification on this sub-item?
Yeah.
Minister?
08.
Rentals.
Yeah, remember, that was used for rentals.
Rentals of what, sir?
Well, it says office accommodation.
Yeah, it said office accommodations.
What's that?
And storage.
Rentals of what, sir?
Well, rentals of buildings, Agra Court.
I can only speak to one minister. I can only speak to one minister, you know.
Okay, but I'm the junior minister.
So you answering the question?
Yes, as I understand it,
okay, so
what we've been told,
you answer.
a number of buildings are being rented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Do you have the list of these buildings?
We don't have the full list, but we know that Agra Court is one of them, and that is Faris Alawi.
You don't have a list, but you know it's Faris Alawi.
We know he's one, but you asked for a list.
Can we ask questions and not engage in argument?
You want the full list, or you just want what I remember?
Yes.
What I remember is Agra Court, Faris Alawi.
Something is wrong with that?
I'm not allowing that question.
No, but,
hold on. No, but member, I'm not allowing you to ask if something is wrong. Let's just move on and not prolong the unnecessary argument on this.
He doesn't have the list of the information, but he knows via
not,
personal information that one of the buildings is
that is not
the
what
Honourable Minister.
That's not what the minister says. The minister says, I cannot remember the list, but I can, if you want, I can tell you what I recall.
And what is he relying on, Mr. Chair? His personal knowledge?
One jumped out
I have no idea. Perhaps you may want to ask him another question. You see, member. Anyway, perhaps I shouldn't say that. Can I call Member Diego Martin, Northeast?
Thank you. I had to put up my hand. I didn't want to get left out. I would ask a question on the same line item 02, 001, 08. In addition to the list, I'd like to know the amounts paid for each of the buildings in question and the landlords. With respect to 02, 001, 09, I would like to know from whom are these vehicles and equipment rented and leased and the amounts paid. With am I getting an answer from the floor or from the honourable ministers? Mr. Speaker, I would like the answer from the honourable ministers, not them.
Well, I would imagine that
It's just
Office
noise
rent,
coming from them. over
2.2
there.
million,
I would
right?
like the answers from the honourable ministers up there. So I'm continuing. Is that list? Hold on, Minister, Honourable Minister. Just allow me. I'm going through a list to make life easier.
Well, I want to answer so I can remember. If you're asking questions in sequence like that, I might forget.
Okay, well, let me repeat because your members are disturbing all of us.
Oh.
Okay? So let's go back. So with respect to 02, 001, 09, from whom are these vehicles and equipment rented or leased and the amounts for each supplier?
Remember, we have taken on no new rentals, so they came from you all.
That's okay, but I would like for the
all the
record.
rentals were still while you were in
That's
office.
fine. I don't have that information. I would like the actual names and the amounts paid, please. Can I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
The minister is in the process of getting the information.
We will get the information, remember, from the police.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to go on with respect to maintenance of vehicles, which is 02, 001, 13. Same type of question. Who is maintaining these vehicles and what are they paid? I doubt that.
I was informed again that they will provide the information to you.
Thank you
the police.
very much. With respect to janitorial services, again, who is providing the janitorial services? That's, Mr. Speaker, what's going on?
Well, we remember for Diego Martin North East, MTS, we took on no new persons since you left office.
Okay, it was difficult to hear you, Honourable Minister, with the noise from over there. So you are saying that all janitorial services, all, without exception, on...
All.
Mr. Speaker, what's going on here?
All.
You know, can I just say this? In the old days, in the Hall of Justice, whenever court proceedings would get like this, the late and venerable Frank Solomon would tell the judge, my lord, perhaps it's time for recess. It appears as though the children are getting restless. But recess is 15 minutes away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will
Can
attempt.
we just go on?
I only have a
quietude?
few more. I only have a few more. I'll try my best. May I, Mr. Chairman? May I
Yes,
proceed?
of course.
Thank you so much. So I just want clarity on the answer that the Honourable Minister gave. So with respect to 020137, 00137, all janitorial services, without exception, provided to the police service under this sub-item are provided by MTS. All.
Mr. Minister, sorry, MP, so I was informed by the police.
Okay, could you just check that for me, please? Thank you very much. With
Check it.
respect to food at institutions, which is 40, 02, 001, 40, could you indicate who is providing the food and the amounts paid to the suppliers of food?
The same ones that you had.
They are, as I said before,
The same ones you had.
member for Diego Martin Northeast, this government did no hiring or no new hiring with respect to what you asked.
That's fine as a sort of a generic answer, but it doesn't deal with the specifics. May I get the names of the providers of food at institutions and the amounts paid to them?
And in due course, I was told it would be provided. And,
Thank you.
And the course has not changed.
I still don't know what the cost is, so I would like you to provide it.
You were there?
No. Now, 02-001-96. The Trinidad and Tobago Service, by the way, is an independent institution. I would not know what they are spending on these things. 02-001-96. How many vehicles will consume this $20 million in fuel?
Remember, again, I was informed of 1,626 vehicles that would have used this fuel and lubricant in order so they could stay out
Thank
of
you
patrol.
very much. And you are saying that in the next 3 months of the fiscal year, no additional vehicles will consume fuel. There's $10 million as supplementary funding. Is this for the existing fleet?
If I may interject. This government is very committed to ensuring that the resources required by the TTPS are provided on time and as required. The additional sum, let me phrase this, $10 million was what was originally budgeted and under budgeted clearly, because we are now coming to the Parliament to ask for a further $10 million to ensure that the existing fleet is fully available to patrol and protect the citizens of this country. Thank you.
Well, that does not answer my question. In fact, that's an irrelevant answer. Is it the intention to acquire additional vehicles? Yes or no? Because the Minister of Finance has implied that the answer is no. He said the existing fleet. Is it the intention,
if
Minister?
I may, Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't appreciate that member putting words in my mouth about what I implied, etc. I was very clear.
Question.
It would help if the original minister would answer and not somebody interrupting.
That's not how you are. The member seems to be unaware of which side of the aisle he's sitting on.
Right.
Yes, I'm sitting on the side that's asking the question.
You are sitting on the outside.
So perhaps you may ask a question.
And I would like a reply from the responsible minister.
So can we ask the question, please?
I can answer. Honorable Chairman,
it seems that
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
right, the children are getting...
Mr. Chairman,
All right. Minister of Homeland Security, I believe that is your title. Could you indicate whether this $10 million supplementary appropriation is intended for the existing fleet of vehicles? Why are you putting up your hand? I'm not talking to you. Or whether it is the intention to increase the fleet and therefore consume more fuel, which could be part of the reason for the additional $10 million.
Let me
want an answer from the minister.
No.
You can want what you want. The answers will be provided.
If
you don't want to answer, that's your business.
Let me answer the member. And I'm guided by my colleagues to the rear. And what they are saying is that they intend to, with the support from the Minister of Homeland Security, to provide vehicles so the nation could feel safe and secure.
So that doesn't answer the question. Is it the existing fleet or are you adding to the existing fleet?
Both existing and adding. Yes, sir.
Okay, can we move on now to the member for St. Anne's?
There are much existing though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with regards to line item 0200140, food at institutions, budgeted at $5 million, the question is for whom is this food supplied? You all are in charge now.
What is the item?
So if I could ask the minister to respond. Members, let's not descend into a sandbox.
Member, could you ask the question again? Can you ask the question again?
See, Mr. Chairman, I'm being so disturbed, the minister is not even getting the question. 0200140, food at institutions. To whom is the food supplied?
the food is being supplied to the garden emergency and the IATF.
I'm so sorry, could you repeat?
The food was intended for the guard and emergency and the IATF. Those are the institutions.
And with regards to 0200240, to whom is that one supplied?
Tobago?
Oh, yeah. The officers at the Tobago division, yeah, and detainees, must mention the detainees.
At Tobago specifically?
At the Tobago facility.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I think Laventel West had his hand up first.
I will give way to Senior.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fernando East.
The line item 0400902, Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy. It says here $2 million will be spent to take 2 batches of recruits of 125 persons. Does the police service expect to attract all of these persons before the end of the fiscal year?
Member for San Fernando East, as we told your colleagues before, it's an ongoing process. And during that ongoing process, it's a stage where you have almost 6 months of training. So it's an ongoing process. So the likelihood of it happening is great.
Member for Laventel West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. To the Honourable Minister, line item 0200196, fuel and lubricants. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what percentage of the 10 million that was originally allocated, what percentage was spent, and perhaps whether that, if any amount that was spent out of that 10 million, whether it was from the previous fiscal year or whether it was from bills that would have accrued only in this financial fiscal year, please?
Well, it has to be for this fiscal year, and we are at present, the Commissioner of Police is attempting to disaggregate the figures so we'll know what was spent thus far and what is unspent.
Deeply grateful, please.
Thank you.
We are being told that the Commissioner of Police would need some time and to provide the information, and when it is provided, it would be sent directly to you, Honourable Member.
Member for Diego Martin West.
Honourable Minister, with regards to 0200101, travelling and subsistence, $5 million, is this additional allocation for the remaining 3 months of the fiscal year or outstanding? Can you please clarify?
Yes, member, it is for the remaining of the year.
For the remaining of the year. Okay. Now, with regards to 0200108 and office accommodation and storage, $4 million, what are the details of this item pertaining to the percentage?
That was dealt already, you know.
Regarding storage, what amount is assigned to storage? What percentage?
If I may indicate, some of the storage would happen at the very same buildings that are being rented. If you want it to be disaggregated to the extent where you want to know what portion is being spent on storage as opposed to rental of the building as a whole, we'll ask the Commissioner of Police to do so and provide it at some stage.
Thank you very much. Gratitude.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, be supplemented by the sum of $119,117,400. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been supplemented by the sum of $119,117,400. I want to thank the Ministers of Homeland Security and Defense and the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner for taking time off to attend before us today. Thank you all very much. And as we are at 40 seconds before the break, can we say we take the break now at 4:30, and we, subject to everyone's convenience and those of the public officers who are here, perhaps we could come back at 5:15 if that is convenient to everyone. Yes? Huh? Okay, this meeting is suspended until 5:15. Thank you very much. Members, this meeting now resumes. We are now at Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. A supplementation of $89,492,221 is being suggested. I will now invite the Attorney General and Minister in the Ministry of Legal Affairs to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General as we consider the supplementary appropriation for fiscal year 2025. The Office of the Attorney General holds a central and constitutionally enshrined role within the governance framework of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Pursuant to Section 76(2) of the Constitution, the Attorney General is appointed as the principal legal advisor to the government and bears a distinct responsibility for instituting and defending civil proceedings on behalf of the state. Yet, this role is not confined to litigation alone. It is integral to ensuring the legality of government's action, the soundness of legislative development, and the safeguarding of public interests at both the domestic, regional, and international levels. The Ministry therefore operates at a crossroads of law, governance, and public accountability, ensuring that executive decisions align with the Constitution, that laws are just and effective, and that the state is adequately represented in an increasingly dynamic legal environment. The core mandate of the Ministry encompasses delivering firm legal advice to ministries, departments, and state agencies, representing the state in a full spectrum of civil litigation, constitutional challenges, judicial reviews, and premium commercial matters, drafting legislation that is clear, functional, and constitutionally sound, coordinating extradition, mutual assistance, and international legal cooperation, ensuring Trinidad and Tobago's compliance with human rights treaties, anti-terrorism obligations, and international legal norms. To effectively discharge these responsibilities, the Ministry is supported by several specialized divisions and strategic units. The Department of Civil Law, a unified legal entity that incorporates the functions of the former Solicitor General and Chief State Solicitor divisions. The Legislative Drafting Department, charged with transforming policy into precise legal text, ensuring that legislation stands up to judicial scrutiny and serves the public interests. The International Law and Human Rights Unit, which advises on treaty obligations, defends the states in international forums, and monitors compliance with human rights conventions. The Central Authority Unit, which facilitates international cooperation on criminal matters, particularly extradition and mutually legal assistance, ensuring the state upholds its obligations under various treaties. The Law Reform Commission, the Office of the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, which is responsible for initiating and conducting criminal prosecution on behalf of the state independently and without political interference. The International Office of Child Rights, and the Anti-Terrorism Unit, which ensures compliance with the Anti-Terrorism Act and international obligations arising from United Nations security resolutions. Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General's remit also includes oversight of several independent bodies and statutory institutions that play a vital role in the administration of justice, equality, and legal education. These include Central Authority, Civil Child Abduction Authority, Council of Legal Education, Hugh Woodin Law School, Environmental Commission, Equal Opportunity Commission, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, Industrial Court, Law Reform Commission, Tax Appeal Board. Each of these bodies contribute to the broader legal and constitutional landscape, ensuring accessibility, fairness, and equity before the law. Their work requires stable and adequate support through allocations now under consideration. Mr. Chairman, the legal responsibilities of the state have expanded markedly in recent years. The rise of complex constitutional challenges, increasing cross-border obligations, and the rapid evolution of digital governance, environmental regulation, and financial accountability mechanisms demand the ministry be both agile and fully resourced. And the Honorable Attorney General has advised me that there are now increased demands on the criminal justice system on the issue of white-collar crimes. He told me he is particularly swamped in this area at this point in time. The amount for supplementation is in the sum of $89,492,221. And I would just point out, as the Honorable Attorney General stated some time ago when he assumed office, that there was not enough money in the vote, Mr. Chairman, to even buy a doubles when he assumed office. The entire vote was cleared out. There was no money remaining to pay legal fees. The quantum of legal fees at the time of presentation for this supplementation was relatively high. But I was surprised this morning when presented by further information from our public authorities within the ministry that the figure had climbed considerably. As we have now been each day we are receiving bills at the Ministry of the Attorney General from both foreign and local attorneys and consultants that, quite frankly, has us a bit concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, be supplemented by the sum of $89,492,221. Member for Arouca Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item 001, sub-item 16, contract employment. Seeing a further supplementation, the sum of $1.3 million. The Honourable Minister, can you indicate whether those are existing contractual positions where persons are already employed?
I would ask my learned colleague, Mr. Minister of Legal Affairs, to address that question. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chair, this particular item relates to contract employment within the Registrar General's Department. This is in relation to compliance that we have with regards to the Global Forum regulations and so on. So additional contract officers were hired during this fiscal year during a recruitment exercise that was approved by your cabinet. And these are for additional monies to pay those persons that were hired up until the end of September 2025 for this fiscal year.
So are you saying that the contract positions will all be expired?
No. What I'm saying is that this appropriation will meet our contractual obligations until September 2025 because the former Minister of Finance did not give enough allocation towards this line item with respect to contract employment. And as you will know, with respect to Global Forum, we have been in fact on the blacklist for the last 10 years due to inaction by the last PNM administration. So we will do what we have to do in order to get Trinidad and Tobago off that Global Forum blacklist.
Mr. Chair, sub-item 22, short-term employment. How many persons are currently employed on short-term contract in the ministry?
Repeat, I didn't get.
How many persons are employed on short-term contract? I'm looking at and referring to rather same 001, item 001, sub-item 22.
What's the answer? 323, Honourable Member.
There are 323 persons on short-term employment at this current time?
Yes.
Okay. Can the Honourable Minister indicate as of April 28th how many persons were employed on short-term contract?
323.
Can the Honourable Minister, on the same item, Mr. Chair? Thank you very much. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether or not persons on short-term contract were terminated over the last 6 weeks or so?
There have been some that have been terminated, I understand.
Understood. Can you say how many?
Approximately 11.
11 persons?
Yes.
Can you say which department?
Subject to approximately, give or take.
Understood. Can you say which department that they've been employed in prior to their termination?
Law Reform Commission, AG Secretariat, and Minister's Secretariat. Pardon me?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Law Revision Commission, sorry.
No, I hear you.
Also.
Thank you very much.
Member for Laventille West.
Deputy Griffith, please, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, in relation to line items 02000123 and 02000923 in relation to fees. Can the understand that the Honourable Minister indicated that the original allocated provisions of the 84.2 million has been exhausted, and that the increase being asked for today is 54 million. Could the Honourable Minister indicate, one, what percentage of previous fees are outstanding and expected to be paid from this increase, and which, of course, the remainder going to the new fees, please?
One moment, please, Minister. Member. Your question was what portion of the 84,250 has been paid?
No, please, Minister. My question is, because you have answered that vote has been exhausted.
That's
so I'm asking
correct.
of the increase amount of the 54, asking for the 54.
Right.
Which portion of that increase of 54 million is going to go to past fees, and which percentage is going to be allocated to new fees?
That's a very difficult question to answer at that stage, but as you know, the Attorney General Department is in continuing litigation. So I suspect that I cannot give you a definite percentile of what will go towards existing bills, but there has to be a kind of balance going forward. And it will be at the discretion of the Attorney General, and depending on the urgency of the matters, importance, etc.
Thanks, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, can you please indicate whether, since the assumption of office of the Honourable Attorney General, how many briefs or the percentage of this 54 million, if you can at this time, can you indicate how many of the fees are allocated to the new briefs that would have been awarded post general election, please?
I can't answer that question at this point in time, sir.
Can it be provided in writing, please, at a later time?
It will be given due consideration, but I can't say now that I will give a written undertaking to provide a written response.
Chairman, most respectfully, Chairman, through you. Understand that the Honourable Attorney General is not here, and therefore the Minister of Justice may not be able to answer that. Might I most respectfully ask if the Minister of Justice, who has nothing really to do with this line item, but more so the Attorney General, whether the Minister of Finance might give any undertaking relative to explain that? I think that it's a very appropriate question in light of this, please.
Well, can I just say this? I somewhat tend to agree with the Minister of Justice that it will be impossible to say at this stage, quite frankly. We are now where a supplemental allocation is going to be made. I heard what the Minister has said, I've heard the question you've asked, and I'm giving you the reason why I think the Minister's answer is an eminently reasonable one.
And
I think it will be impossible to say at this stage.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, from a preliminary assessment of fees that have been paid over the 10 years, it has been perhaps one of the highest amounts paid out to local and foreign attorneys and consultants. And as I just indicated, we were presented by the permanent secretaries this morning of a new figure which was added on to what was presented to the Minister of Finance for the supplementation. So we don't know how much more is existing out in the woodworks and how much more is going to hit us. And they're asking us to predict in the future how much money is going to be spent on legal briefs and legal fees. And that is really a pure speculative question which I cannot answer.
Most respectfully, please, Honourable Chairman.
Who is this?
Most respectfully, please, Chairman and Minister, I am not asking in relation to any futuristic aspect of it, but you arrived at a figure of an increase of $54.9 million. And you're bringing before this committee and for us to consider and approve this amount. And therefore, this amount couldn't be pulled out from a hat. And therefore, I'm asking a simple and reasonable question: where is the 54.9 million going to be allocated? And if I understand that the chairman believes that it is difficult, and it is somehow difficult, I'm asking for it to be provided at a later date. But there is still not even a consideration, from what I am hearing, to be provided at a later date. And that is unreasonable, please, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect.
Mr. Chairman, the close figure we have towards outstanding bills, foreign and local, and consultants has now increased to close to 100, if not 100 million. If we allocated $54 million, there has to be some that has going to be paid towards existing bills, for sure. And there are some that has to be left for, we are continually engaging in litigation. And it's just, bills are just tumbling in day by day.
Mr. Chairman, may I come in here, please?
It's extremely hypocritical for the P&M administration to ask us about legal fees. Let me start there. Mr. Chairman, we, on assuming office, were saddled with this multi-million-dollar legal fees that they have left us with, because this also includes arrears. It includes payments to Eater Food P&M lawyers who were handpicked by the last regime.
Mr. Chairman,
who were handpicked by the last regime, eating at the trough. And when we came to this parliament, Mr. Chairman, if I may, when we came to this parliament, Mr. Chairman, and asked for the names of those attorneys, they refused to give us the names.
Mr. Chairman, we asked for your intervention.
Mr. Chairman, I listened in silence. Mr. Chairman, I listened in silence. You asked the question, member for Laventil West, I'm responding. Will you allow me? This $54.9 million includes fees that were owed by your administration over the last fiscal year. If you look at the original allocation, the Attorney General, under the line item fees, would have allocated $80 million being wasted, spent. They didn't have a dollar when we went in there into office. Now we have to now ask for additional money to pay lawyers, bills that you left us with.
Mr. Chairman, most respectfully, I know today is Monday, but today is not the UNC Monday Night Forum. I've asked a specific question in relation to a specific line item. Most respectfully, I allow the member, please. I allow the member, most respectfully, please. I ask, excuse me, please, member. Excuse me, please, member. If I may.
One member at a time.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast, you will have your turn.
Deeply grateful, please, Mr. Chair. And I am asking, and I understand all of what would have transpired and what the member is saying, please, Chairman. But I'm asking, out of the 54, it's a simple, out of the 54 million, this position that some would go and some will go to the past and some will go to the future is understood. But I'm asking what percentage of that is going to the past and what percentage of it is going to new briefs. It is a simple question.
Mr. Chairman, apparently the member for Laventille West does not understand how litigation works. You cannot, in fact, get an exact figure of what legal fees will be in the future. Because how it works is that when an attorney does work, they will invoice the work, the invoice will be sent to the Office of the Attorney General, it will be checked on that, verified, and then payments are made. There will only be a projection of what it can be for the next few months until the next fiscal year. But if you want us, if you really want us to tell you the P&M lawyers who get most of these millions, including former members and maybe current members opposite, we can tell you. But at this point in time, this line item is to cover some of the bills that you left us with, and or in order to also run the ministry going until the month of September 2023. It's simple as that.
Chairman, thank you very kindly. Outside of the projection, which I'm not asking for in this question here, I'm asking right now, out of the 54 million, which percentage of that will be expended on existing invoices as approved in relation to past work?
Member, would you all stop? I've heard the question asked at least 5 times.
And answered none.
Could you not please do that? Could you please not do that? I've heard 5 different iterations of what purports to be an answer. I don't want to be even remotely deprecatory. I understand that you've recently been admitted to the bar. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for anyone to, given the context of the answer given, to allocate percentile amounts to past and future.
Mr. Speaker, what does a member being admitted to the bar have to do with anything? So is it that only lawyers could ask questions related to fees?
I'm not saying that.
But Mr. Chairman, that is highly disrespectful. It is highly disrespectful.
I'm lending context to what was
but
said.
But it is highly disrespectful.
I wish to make a point.
Most respectfully, Chairman.
I'm just simply lending context. So
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
thinking that
I wish to make a procedural point.
I think this has been going on for long. So
the chairman is speaking.
So perhaps we could move on a bit from this.
Mr. Chairman, I have participated in at least 40 Finance Committee meetings already, 15 of which would have been under the UNC. This is the first Finance Committee meeting where I see the chairman, your good self, venturing opinions, seeking to clarify statements made. It is simply wrong. It is wrong.
All I can see is that I'm simply trying to help the process along.
Chairman, you are not supposed to get involved in the discussion.
Chairman, I appreciate your answer and your clarity in this matter.
If you are of the view of that, allow me to finish, please. I apologize sincerely. Member for Laventille West, I did not mean, and I said I meant to be as least deprecatory as possible. It was not intended to be that way. I simply was lending a context to the question because we've been spending a lot of time on a question that the two ministers have answered. So if we could move on, I'd be very grateful. Are there any other questions on this head? Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the same sub-item 23-001, item 001, sub-item 23, and I wish to ask the Honourable Minister if he can clarify whether the fees, the $54.9 million, is going to be utilized to pay attorneys who are providing legal services in the Piarco International Airport corruption case. Mr. Chair, it seems as though...
So that I can just see if I get it correctly?
No, I can ask it again.
Sure.
Sure. So you're asking for a further supplementation of $54.9 million, approximately. Yeah. I'm asking whether this would assist in providing or paying attorneys who are involved in providing legal services in the Piarco International corruption case, Whiting case.
Mr. Honourable Member, there are many different cases that could be attached to that label. You have to be very clear there about, to the best of my knowledge, about 4 or 5 different proceedings that you can say attached to the Piarco. Which one are you referring to?
Whiting case.
The what?
Whiting case.
Whiting case. Is that a foreign firm?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't answer that question.
I can't answer.
Right now. I can't answer that
question. Can you say whether or not the fees would also be paid to attorneys who are involved in the Vincent Nelson case and the Attorney General?
I can't answer that at this point in time.
You can't answer that question?
Pardon me?
You can't answer that question?
I can't answer that question. I don't have the full listing. The full listing of attorneys, if it's going to be presented here, is a spreadsheet that comprises about 4 or 5 pages.
Different cases.
Yeah, so I really can't pinpoint with accuracy and answer you that question.
Okay. I'm just pointing to a statement that you would have made earlier on. That
Me?
Yes, in your opening statement.
Yeah.
That the Honourable Attorney General has indicated his commitment to fight white-collar crime.
Yes.
And this Piarco International corruption case, Whiting case, is one such case where the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago is in the fight against white-collar crime.
Mr. Chair, does the minister have a question? Does the MP have a question that relates to something?
I am asking a specific question, Mr.
That
Chair,
relates to what
whether under
us?
this allocation, monies are going to be utilized to pay attorneys who are involved in this matter. It is a very... Is that a yes or no?
What I can say is that the Attorney General, the Office of the Attorney General...
As a citizen, I do.
The Office of the Attorney General has the constitutionally enshrined duty of instituting and defending cases on behalf of the state. There are a host of litigation it is currently involved in.
I'm asking a specific question.
And what I'm saying is, if it falls within that category, of course, he would pay it.
Of course. And that also includes the Vincent Nelson case and the Attorney General?
I'm sure it would.
Thank you.
I'm sure it would.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to, I believe under this line item, it will also deal with the recently concluded case involving Naikwan, where the former PNM administration saddled us, again, with large legal fees. It will also go towards looking at what some of the contractual arrangements and transactions that was taking place under the last administration, because the Attorney General gave his commitment to fighting white-collar crime. And some of my friends opposite may have some questions to answer.
Honourable members.
So, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Who comes first?
Me? Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Under the same line item, I'm asking, how much of these legal fees were used to defend the government against matters brought by the UNC?
Mr. Chairman, the UNC, if my friend from San Fernando East understands court matters, the UNC does not bring cases against the government.
Sorry.
They are citizens who would have brought cases against the
UNC
government.
sponsors
So my
citizens.
friend is totally out of his league with this particular matter.
Perhaps you want to know how many PNM eat up
And
food
he
lawyers on that
simply-
list.
Can you all allow me to address this, please? Member for San Fernando East, it is plainly wrong to characterize someone bringing litigation as being sponsored by somebody else. As a matter of fact, it breaches a well-known principle of law of Champathy. Okay, so
Mr. Chair.
Can you please
Sure.
withdraw that characterization?
I withdraw, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, but there were several matters brought against the previous government by self-proclaimed UNC activists. So I'm simply asking how many were brought against the government by UNC activists.
Mr. Chairman, I have been in this House for 24 years and I have not seen this level of abuse by members of any opposition before.
I think it's an unfortunate characterization to label anyone as a litigant sponsored by anyone else.
Sir, that is how they describe themselves. They call themselves
I
UNC
think it's
activists.
a fair question to ask how many cases were brought and what was the cost to the
Yes,
state, but you can ask it in that sterile manner. But to suggest that someone was bringing litigation at the behest of someone else.
So I took that back and I'm asking a new question. How many matters were brought against the previous government by self-proclaimed UNC activists? That's what I'm asking.
That's, Mr. Chairman, I think that's
Mr.
another
Chairman,
way.
Mr. Chairman.
That is, hold on. That is just another way of asking the same question, but I can help you. If you can identify those matters, if you can, I do not know who is self-proclaimed UNC activists or who brought matters. If you can identify it and supply us with those cases, I can possibly give you further information on it. But as it is, you're asking a question in a vacuum.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Barrett.
Member for Aluka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll be very specific in my question. Just looking at item 009, Criminal Law Department, sub-item 23, fees, where the Honorable Minister is asking for further supplementation of $16.8 million, I assume, to pay attorneys that are involved in providing support to the DPP's department. Is that external attorneys, Minister?
Contract employees.
Fees? I'm asking specifically about fees.
Which one is here?
Sorry, I got mixed with the
That's okay.
question.
That's okay.
If you can give it me again.
Okay, I'm asking whether sub-item 23 fees, where you're asking for a further sum of $16.8 million, if that is to be utilized to pay attorneys, external attorneys who are providing support to the DPP's department.
Yes, it is, and yes, it is.
Are you aware, Minister, if that includes cases or particular case involving EMBD corruption?
I don't think at this stage there's any criminal charge.
Investigation, I'm talking about.
Investigation is really in the province of the police authorities. And I can't...
I'm entitled to ask my question, Mr. Chair. Can you please protect me? I'm just hearing all the muttering. I'm asking...
I'm trying to ask.
No, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking to your colleagues. So this is distracting.
Yeah, so with regard to the MBD, I know there's civil litigation, but there's no criminal charge by the DPP, sanctioned by the DPP, so I can't help you there in terms of whether or not that includes anything.
Do you know, Minister, if
the fees is $16.8 million to pay attorneys who might be providing legal support to the DPP department involving matters with members of parliament?
I can't assist you there. I can't assist you there. I don't have that level of specificity.
Thank you very much.
Much obliged.
San Fernando East, member for San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the same line item, 02-001-23, can we be informed how much of this is to be spent on matters brought against the previous government by Ravi Balgobin Maraj?
Honourable Member, over the course of the last 10 years, there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of cases brought against the state. The state is the biggest litigator.
Right. I'm
I
asking
can't-
about a specific cases brought by a specific individual.
I'm trying to answer you. Right? There are so many cases. The state is the biggest litigant in the country. And I can't tell you now. I don't have that whole list of all matters brought for and against the state.
Could you provide for us in writing, please?
I will give it consideration, but I can't say so right now. I mean, I'll give it consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Only member for Couva South had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in light of the answers provided by the Minister of Justice, there are many cases that are under review that is seeking the advice of the Honourable Attorney General. My colleague opposite, Aruka Lupino, is particularly concerned about white-collar issues. I want to advise my colleague opposite that one of the issues that is being reviewed by the Honourable Attorney General that may fall within the line item identified is the issue of Lezama versus Wassa, which involves the member Faruka Lopino. And the PSA has already indicated that they have referred that matter to the DPP with respect to misbehavior in public office by the member Faruka Lopino. So those are one of the matters that possibly the agency is looking at in line of this light.
Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I ask the honourable member for, is it Couva South, whether or not he's going on record in this committee to confirm that this case involving one Lezama in Wassa involves the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino?
You take it how you want it.
Chairman. Okay. Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, the honourable member for Couva South has made a damning statement in this committee. And I am asking, Mr. Chair, I'm asking whether the honourable member is prepared to go on record to confirm that the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino is involved or named in any matter involving one Lancelot Lezama.
Mr. Chairman, I refer the member to Aruka Lopino to speak with the head of the PSA on this matter.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a ruling on this.
Okay, there being no further questions on the particular line item,
Mr. Chair,
can you ask the question?
I have questions on this line item, but I am also responding, Mr. Chair, to a statement that you, Mr. Chair, allowed on the floor of this Parliament. And before we proceed, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I want you to ask the honourable member whether he is prepared to go on record on this very damning statement that he just made.
First of all, can I be allowed to answer the question? First of all, I don't recall the member saying you were directly involved. I recall him, hold on, we can use the Hansard and refer to it afterwards. The member said you may know about it. But this is not the purpose of this committee gathered here. You have recourse.
But he was allowed to say it, Mr. Chair.
What I'm telling you is that you have a proportionate recourse available to you to solve, erase, and/or mitigate whatever might have been said in the future.
I am so
and you
guided.
can avail yourself of that recourse.
Most certainly,
right.
Mr. Chair.
So instead of us occupying the valuable time that is left for us here.
Mr. Chair, I have more questions on this line item.
Right, please, can you proceed
I
to
was
ask the
distracted
question?
by the Honourable Member for Couva South. So I wish to go back to the line item and ask
Please,
some questions.
let's move on.
To the Honourable Minister, I'm referring to item 009, sub-item 23, fees for the Criminal Law Department of the Ministry of the Attorney General. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether those fees are to be paid to attorneys who are providing legal support to the Office of the DPP in matters involving one Barry Padarat?
What? No, that question can't be allowed. That's against a member of Parliament.
First of all, I think I have to take a moment, right? But first of all, I'm not entirely sure whether the minister. All right.
What?
Put on your mic. Put on your mic. Put on your mic.
There's a reference to a sitting member of the House in violation of 48.6. In violation of 48.6 is very clear. There's a reference to a member here in violation of 48.6. I ask for your ruling.
I'm not imputing no improper motive. It's a case. Of course. Of course.
I'm not allowing the question. Let's move on. You have another question, member? Let's go on.
Minister indicate whether or not the same line item 23, sub-item 23, fees for attorneys who providing legal services to the office of the DPP, whether those matters are involving one, Rudal Munilal and David.
Mr. Chairman, I have to intervene here. Mr. Chairman, the member for Aruka Lopino has now abused his privilege as a member of Parliament in naming sitting members of Parliament. There are serious repercussions with respect to the standing order on this matter in terms of privilege, and I think the member has trespassed on this particular area, Mr. Chairman, and the member is being allowed to defame sitting members of the government and the cabinet in this particular issue, Mr. Chairman. And we ask for a ruling that he must withdraw those questions.
Withdraw the questions? I'm asking questions on specific matters. I was very specific. They are specific matters.
First of all, I have ruled we are moving on. So unless there are further questions on this, I intend to put the question to the House. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs be supplemented by the sum of $89,492,221. Those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs has been supplemented by the sum of $89,492,221. Thank you, Attorney General and ministers in the Ministry of Legal Affairs and your staff. Head 26, Ministry of Education. Head 26, Ministry of Education, a supplementation of 455,106,000 is proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief 5-minute statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Education for the opportunity to speak on the supplementary appropriation of estimates for the Ministry of Education, which reflects this government's ongoing commitment to responsibly address urgent financial requirements across the education sector. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, our government's vision for education is clear, comprehensive, and fully integrated into our National Development Plan. The allocations being sought today are directly linked to critical shortfalls inherited as a result of long-standing vacancies, unaddressed financial obligations, and operational deficits which accumulated over years of neglect. Mr. Speaker, $296,106,000 under recurrent expenditure for the Ministry of Education will allow this government to stabilize staffing through salary payments and retroactive adjustments for educators, sustain vital support programs for 20,000 vulnerable students through book grants, settle long-standing arrears to our university academic and administrative staff, and meet contractual obligations for essential services such as janitorial operations. Mr. Speaker, this supplementation is another example of responsible fiscal management, where this government corrects the deficiencies left unaddressed by the previous administration, while ensuring that our students, teachers, and institutions receive the support they need to maintain stability, security, and quality in the delivery of education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education, be supplemented by the sum of $455,106,000. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with regards to line item 01000501, how much of the increased allocation will be going to the increments, the upgrades, the acting allowances, and salaries?
Member. 6,565 secondary school officers through this line item. This will cover their salaries.
The explanatory note says to facilitate the payment of salaries, arrears of increment, upgrades, and acting allowance to secondary school teachers. I'm asking, what percentage of the 37 million that is allocated here for the supplementation will be going towards the increments, the upgrades, the acting allowances, and the salaries?
The entire amount is for salaries. The other payments will be met in the next fiscal year.
So then these explanatory notes to ask the Minister of Finance to take note that they are incorrect in this case. If I may, Mr. Chairman, with regards to 02000116, contract employment, how many ECCE teachers will be paid and how many ECCE assistant teachers will be paid?
Through you, Chairman, 33,042,000 is the sum that will be allocated for all contract workers. And that includes our ECC teachers and the assistants.
Well, if I may, Chairman, are you saying that in the explanatory notes, once again, it says to pay salaries and arrears the ECCE teachers and teaching assistants. If I'm understanding Minister correctly, is it that it is not only those payments that are included in that line item?
Correct.
So therefore, can I ask how much of that 33 million is allocated towards those, what is outlined in the explanatory notes, and how much extra is allocated and to whom it is being paid?
We can provide the breakdown subsequently to this.
Okay.
Whilst my colleague is going through her notes, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, Honourable Minister of Education, I am looking at sub-item 42 under item 007, the school supplies and book grant. We're putting 20 million. May I ask what is the formula that would be used to allocate this $20 million? That's all I want there. I'm glad there is the same formula. I wouldn't want it interfered with, but if the Minister of Education can answer, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, just give me a second. Let me
Thank you. Don't let your colleagues disturb you, Minister.
In 2025, there were 28,844 applicants, and the categories included persons in public assistance, unemployed persons, persons with disabilities, and this is talking about the parents whose children will qualify, persons earning less than 5,000, and persons earning between 5,000 and 7,499.
So you're going to apply that same formula going forward for this 20 million?
You would remember that the application started in December 2024 and closed on 24 January 2025.
No, but what you're asking for here, Minister of Education, is $20 million where there was zero allocation before. So this is a completely new allocation. This is for the new school year before the close of the fiscal. So
Yes.
I'm asking, in the application of this $20 million, what is the formula that would be utilized? Because, of course, book grants have already been granted for the previous school year, which you just referred to.
I think the Minister of Finance wishes to give an answer or clarification. I see his hand up.
So for clarification, what is being adopted now is the same mechanism of a means test that was introduced when this item was first introduced in fiscal 2024 by then Minister of Finance. The reason there's no allocation in 2025 is that although the Minister of Finance announced it in 2025 again, not a cent was put forward for it. So now it falls onto this government to ensure that citizens are provided, children are provided with this book grant.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance. So the answer to my specific question is yes, the same formula would be utilized, the same means test.
The same means test to correct the fact that no allocation was made
I got that
by
part.
the government.
That's
Thank you.
obvious from the document that says zero.
Yes, your Minister of Finance failed to make a commitment, it failed to provide financing for a commitment he made in the budget.
Member for St. Anne's East.
If I may, how many qualified applicants do you have under the book grant scheme that will benefit from the same 20 million allocation? How many qualified applicants? You mentioned the criteria for qualification. So I'm asking how many qualified applicants, because that would inform the allocation, which is exactly the formula used in the previous year, when the number of qualified applicants dictated the amount that was given in the midterm of the last fiscal. So that one would assume the 20 million would be to pay how many applicants?
It's 1,000 per applicant, so it's 20,000.
So you have 20,000 qualified applicants out of the 28,844 applicants.
Yes.
Okay. Under this line item, the same one, it speaks about acquiring school supplies and awarding book grants. Is there a separate issue about acquiring school supplies, or is that all within the book grant you're speaking about?
It's all within book grant.
Okay, again, the explanatory notes could do with a little clearing up there. If I may, I want to go to line item 0200137 that deals with janitorial services. $26 million odd is allocated here, supplementing. Which companies are to be paid under this line item, and how much to each company?
There are 7 janitorial companies, and the information on the amounts can be supplied later.
Okay. Those are existing companies? Any of those companies are new companies, or those were existing contracts?
They are existing contracts.
And this increased allocation, would it clear all the arrears in the janitorial?
No.
If I may, if there are more arrears, why wasn't that catered for in the supplementation?
It is ironic, it is sad, it is very, very unfortunate, ma'am.
That I find it also unfortunate that if there are arrears, they are not being cleared. Please.
Present on Friday, when both the former Minister of Finance and the former Junior Minister of Finance advised that the country was in a difficult financial state. In fact, they confessed, having just left office, that they left the country in a difficult financial state. As Minister of Finance, I would be anxious to provide every cent that is needed. But because of the constraints left by your government, ma'am, left by the People's National Movement, we have been constrained to cut down into what is called mandatory expenditure. And that is because, ma'am, your government bankrupted, you crashed the economy, and that is why we are in the state we are in now.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. To the Minister of Education, therefore, or the Minister of Finance, whichever one feels to answer now. If all the arrears are not being cleared, can I have an indication of which companies were paid what, and therefore what arrears have been left with which company? Because I want to ensure, or to clarify, that some companies are not being cleared totally, while other companies are not having their arrears cleared. So in the submission that you undertook to give, could you indicate, please, for the 7 janitorial companies, what's the total outstanding, and therefore what is being paid, and what arrears will remain to each of the companies, please? Thank you so kindly. If I may move to, Mr. Chairman, unless there's anyone else. 0040635, direct university services, please. $180 million is being allocated here, supplemented. Can I have an indication of the amount that will be paid to the academic staff, the senior administrative staff, the professional staff, and also to the estate police officers, and the number of officers to be paid in each category, and the total amount per category of staff, please, under this line item? If you have it, you can contribute it now. If not, I am prepared to take it in writing.
Thank you. We will supply it in writing.
I think Diego Martin West had his hand up before you, member.
Thank you very much, Chairman. For the Minister, 005042, acquisition and delivery of laptops and tablets. We have a $76 million additional ask. We would like to know, you speak of constraints. Is there a means test being done for these laptops and these devices? So, given that there's no means test, oh, he didn't answer, sorry. The Honorable Minister didn't answer, sorry. His colleagues did.
So, remember, there is no means test being applied.
Well, given that the Minister of Finance stated that there are so many constraints, wouldn't it be more fiscally responsible to be doing a means test for this particular item?
Equality may not be a concept that you understand, sir. But when we are dealing with children, priority is given to equality. Thank you.
Perhaps the Minister doesn't understand equality and equity and how those two things can be different.
Thanks for your lesson.
However, I do have a follow-up question there. Are these devices already being procured? What part of the procurement process are we regarding these devices? Does the Minister have an answer?
We will advise in due course.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think the member for Laventille West had his hand up next.
Deeply grateful, please. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, line item 04000742. Can the Honourable Minister indicate when the school supplies and book grants are expected to be paid within this fiscal to parents, please?
We'll let you know in due course, yes.
I think after that was San Fernando. After that was San Fernando East.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 02000116, contract employment. I see here to enable the payment of salaries and arrears to ECC teachers. I wanted to know how much of the 33 million was dedicated to salaries and how much to arrears. And also, in response to the Minister of Finance, this government bankrupted itself when it cancelled the TTRA.
First of all, the first part of the question was already asked and answered. And the second part is irrelevant. A rule irrelevant. Member for Diego Martin, Northeast.
I just wanted clarification, Mr. Speaker. There was a question asked and answer was rendered. And I would like just to get clarity. This was with respect to the laptops. Is it that they will be given to both rich and poor, regardless of wealth?
All students.
So which, rich or poor, regardless of wealth?
I don't have the data on. Yes.
Yes?
And the Honourable Prime Minister indicated if a student and parent, they don't want the laptop.
So the answer is yes. Rich or poor, regardless of wealth.
Member for Malabar, Mausika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 005042, acquisition and delivery of laptops. Would the Minister be able to tell us what brand of laptops is being sought?
We'll get back to you in due course.
Follow up on that, Mr. Speaker. Would internet connectivity devices be provided with these laptops so that students would be able to use the laptops at home for those who may not have access to internet? We know
Mr. Chairman,
last time such devices were not
as
provided.
I understand the exercise, can I just ask what line item are we specifically on that the member is asking this question on?
005042.
And if it's relevant to the line item.
We'll provide more information at a later date.
I think the Minister of Finance also wanted to provide some clarity on it.
Mr. Chairman, the matter before us is the approval of $20 million for the provision of laptops. Sorry, of school grants. And the approval before us is for the provision of laptops, for the price for the provision of laptops. We are getting into extraneous matters about interconnectivity and who will provide Wi-Fi, etc., etc. I would like us, please, this is a very serious matter. I would really like us, please, to focus on what is before us. Ask questions freely about what is before us, but don't let us get into the extraneous.
Right. I think that has been adequately answered, and the minister said he will look at it. I see member for St. Anne's waving.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. How many laptops are to be procured? How many? 80,000?
18,000.
18,000. Okay. And the supplier has that. Who is handling the procurement of the laptops?
We will let you know that in due course.
Okay. Do you have a projected cost for device?
The devices have specs to ensure that they meet the requirements for the particular hardware and software that will be required at the Form 1 level. And so in terms of costing, we're in the process of ensuring that that has been done. So we'll supply the details to you subsequently.
Okay. Is there information at this time in terms of the warranty arrangements for the laptops that are being provided?
All of those are part of the specs that we will supply to you.
Okay. And can I ask, is there a projected date where the laptops will be delivered? A comment to that.
We will advise in due course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Can you, member for Malabar Mausika?
Mr. Speaker, the same line item, can the minister tell us whether or not these laptops will be incorporated into the curriculum for practical use in the classroom during class time?
Well,
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this question because the last time around when the laptops were provided, these were some of the issues that were raised.
I don't think that question arises in the exercise before us, and I think you'll have an adequate opportunity to make that argument at the appropriate time.
Thank you,
so
sir.
Let's move on.
Duly noted.
Laventille West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. To the Honourable Minister, line item 005-042, acquisition and delivery of laptops and tablets. Could the Honourable Minister indicate whether the procurement of these laptops will be via sole select or competitive tendering, please?
Member, we'll let you know in due course.
You can't know that now? Sorry, okay.
Honourable members, member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, but the members of St. Anne's East want to know with regards to line item 00506F042. What is the list of schools to receive repair? What is the scope and what are the costs provided by district?
Member, the EFPPD division is in the process of developing the list and ensuring that we prioritize for the location. So you will get that list in due course.
So if I may ask, Mr. Chairman, if the list is not yet developed, on what basis was the funding allocated?
The list has been reviewed to prioritize, especially for the vocation repair program.
I understand that, Chairman, but I'm asking if the list is being reviewed and there's not a final list, because I'm asking for a list and to understand how that cost is divided. So if the list is not yet finalized, on what basis was the $83 million allocated here?
So the details will come in the media review.
So can I ask for a particular time that the list can be available in writing by district?
Yes, so in due course you will get it. Yes.
I'm not sure what in due course corresponds to Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, could you clarify?
Well, I would imagine since then there is no time limit, specific time limit, I suppose, I would imagine, like all public officers, it would be a reasonable time. Reasonable being a contextual exercise, as the member sitting next to you very well knows. So, there are many
Member sitting
factors.
next to me, Mr. Chairman, next to me knows about the timeline in which the list of schools will be prepared and sent.
No, I meant
to
what
me.
is a reasonable period for an administrative officer to provide an answer. That's what I meant. So, I suppose the short answer to your question is a reasonable time.
Okay, I will move on to another question based on the same line items. Are the funds that are allocated, the $83 million, is that sufficient to cover all the work that is required in schools at this time?
No, it is not.
Okay. So how many schools, if I may, are projected to be covered by this $83 million? Or what percentage of the schools that require?
The number of schools? Presently, we are looking at a list of 279 schools.
That require work?
That requires work.
Sorry?
That requires work, yes. And it is made up of ECC schools, primary schools, secondary schools, and the district office.
So I know the minister indicated that the list has not yet been finalized, but I'm still asking the question, how many schools were not included on the list for vacation repair work?
There are 833 schools in total, and so therefore, so we could do the maths here.
To provide some clarification.
Members of the committee, Honorable Chairman, every single school in this country is in need of some level of repair because of the way this former government treated with school repairs generally. Some more desperately than others. And ma'am, member for St. Anne's East, you are very well aware of that. So to come today to ask for specifics is very, very, very disturbing. Very disturbing. What has had to happen again is the Honorable Minister of Education has had to prioritize, and that's what he said he would provide. He has had to prioritize based on the available funding and based on the absolute state of disrepair that your government left the educational sector and schools in particular in this country.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the story that you are weaving, Mr. Minister, is very familiar. And you are in charge now, and so is the Minister of Education.
Well, I appreciate your confession.
If I may finish.
Can we have questions? Can we, on both sides, skip the hyperbolic narrative and have questions and answers to those questions? Member for St. Anne's East, may I have a question framed as a question?
Most certainly, Mr. Chairman. When are the works utilizing the $83 million in funding to begin at schools?
So it begins during the first week during the vacation.
Okay.
Unless there are certain emergency works that have to be done immediately.
Okay. And the explanatory notes that I keep being guided to by the Minister of Finance indicate that there are repairs to be undertaken at schools and other facilities. If I may, what other facilities are to be worked on using this $83 million during the vacation period? And how much is assigned to those other facilities?
We'll let you know the details in due course as we finalize this list.
And my final question on this line item, will any of the funds be used to pay for work that has already been done at the schools? Or is this all work, future work?
This is for the vacation repair program, which is for works to be done during the vacation.
So this will not clear past bills that are due for work that is probably ongoing all now. Thank you very kindly.
Okay. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education, be supplemented by the sum of $455,106,000. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 26, Ministry of Education, has been supplemented by the sum of $455,106,000. Thank you to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Tertiary Education, Parliamentary Secretary, and your staff. Head 28, Ministry of Health. Head 28, Ministry of Health, a supplementation of $728,539,920 is being sought. I will now invite the Minister of Health to make his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, and members of the public. The Ministry of Health is responsible for the management of the healthcare system in Trinidad and Tobago. As a management-focused ministry, it provides leadership and direction for the sector by focusing on policy making, planning, assessing of the population's health needs, mobilizing funding for delivery of health services, regulating the sector, and ensuring that services are delivered in accordance with internationally accepted quality standards. Delivery of the health services has been decentralized to 5 semi-autonomous regional health authorities. The public healthcare system has a network of 115 health facilities, inclusive of 78 health centers, 2 enhanced health centers, 7 district health facilities, 1 extended care center, 14 outreach health centers, and 13 hospitals. Each RHA has at least 1 DHF and a referral hospital. Approximately 2/3 of the health centers are located in the western half of the country, which is more densely populated. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Health today is asking for $728,539,920 million in this mid-year budget review on the recurrent expenditure. And this is mainly to meet outstanding payments incurred under the last administration. If we were to look at the breakdown of this request, drugs and other related materials and supplies, $353,701,420, which would be to NIPDEC, and the other transfers to the RHAs, $334,661,880 to the RHAs. So some $688,363,300 out of this sum requested is really to pay outstanding debts to suppliers of goods and services. Mr. Chairman, the aim of this government is to continue to provide an array of public healthcare services, but in a more reliable, efficient, timely, and cost-effective manner. Mr. Chairman, by way of information, for the period 2025 to 2030, the following are some of the key strategic priority areas that the Ministry of Health intends to pursue: the prevention, treatment, and care of NCDs, the strengthening of the maternal and child health services, the strengthening of the communicable diseases response, the enhancement of the health infrastructure network, namely the repurposing and full opening of the Couva Hospital multi-training facility, a facility that has remained underutilized for the past 10 years. Also, the strengthening of mental health services and the enhancement of the delivery of health services through reduced and guaranteed waiting times and the removal of backlog of patients awaiting critical diagnostic tests and surgeries, and most importantly, the availability of drugs for patients and supplies for doctors and nurses to do their jobs. So in this regard, in this light, Mr. Chairman, this request is being made to cover, as mentioned, the outstanding payment to suppliers at the RHAs for services rendered, including medical supplies, security services, utilities, food supplies, repairs and maintenance, the outstanding payment for pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals, repairs and maintenance at the Couva Hospital multi-training facility, and the continuation of extended opening hours at 6 health centers and the introduction of extended hours at a further 6 health centers. So, Mr. Chairman, from the above, it is clear that these funds are required, are critical to the continued operational activities of the RHAs, which appear to have either been starved of funds or possibly not spent the allocated funding efficiently on the correct priorities. Ultimately, the funds requested is to ensure an improved service to our citizens as outlined. I remain available to answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 28, Ministry of Health, be supplemented by the sum of $728,539,920. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you. Minister, with respect to Head 28, 02-004-39, drugs and other related materials and supplies. With this supplementation, what is expected to be the total expenditure on this sub-item in fiscal 2025?
Thank you for the question, member. So the total expenditure for fiscal 2025 would be $978,701,420,000. As you would note there, $625 million was allocated in fiscal 2025.
Right. Does that include arrears for previous years, or is that?
It does, in fact, include arrears payable to NIPDEC for some invoices from 2024, as well as current invoices for 2025.
Okay. So, are you able to disaggregate what you'll be paying for the previous year and what you expect to pay for this year, this fiscal?
1 second, member. That can be provided in writing. We don't have that level of detail at the moment.
I also have some questions. They're all identical with respect to 04-009-02, 04-009-03, 04-009-04, and 04-009-05. I notice in each one of those, you refer to the expansion of services at 3 local health centers. Could you identify the local health centers where the services will be expanded for the Northwest RHA, the Eastern RHA, North Central RHA, and the Southwest RHA?
Again, members, so let me just provide some clarification. So currently, there are already existing services at the Northwest Regional Health Authority and the North Central Regional Health Authority. So the intention is to continue those services, and those are currently at the Diego Martin Health Center, Woodbrook Health Center, and the San Juan Health Center. That would be within the Northwest RHA. The current services within the NCRHA are at Aruca, La Joqueta, and St. Helena. So those are currently already on extended hours. The intention is to continue. In the Eastern RHA, the intention is to start for the next 3 months the extended hours at Valencia, Comoto, and Biche. And in the Southwest Regional Health Authority, the intention is to commence those extended hours at Moruga Health Center, Pinal Health Center, and Cedros Health Center. I trust that provides some clarity.
So if I am to understand you correctly, you are not increasing the level of service in any of the health centers in the Northwest Regional Health Authority and the North Central Regional Health Authority. Am I correct?
Well, we are certainly continuing what is already available and adding.
I understand that. I'm just asking whether of the... Mr. Speaker, I do not need any help from the member for St. Augustine. So, if I understand you correctly, the regions in which you will be expanding these particular services, local health centers, where you say expansion of services at 3 local health centers, the ones where new health centers will have expanded services are the Eastern RHA and the Southwest RHA. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Chairman, just to clarify and to answer the Minister's previous question in terms of whether the facilities have been expanded. The intention currently at the health centers in the NWRHA and the NCRHA, the hours on a Saturday, I believe, are up to 1 o'clock. The intention is to standardize the hours. So in fact, at all of the 12 facilities with the expanded hours, the extended hours, they will now go to 4 o'clock on a Saturday. And they will go to 8 o'clock on the weekdays. So there is in fact some expansion at the existing facilities in conjunction with the new facilities to be introduced. So that's to answer your question.
St. Anne's East.
With regards to 0200439, the amount that is allocated here, is it enough to pay all of the outstanding arrears? Pay all?
Sorry, member.
Sorry, 00439?
Is that drugs and other related materials and supplies?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your question was?
Sorry, I'm asking if the amount allocated to this supplementation, is it enough to clear all the arrears?
No, Minister. So they are currently, I'm informed that they are currently outstanding sum of 406.4 million. So as you would see, there will still be a shortfall.
And if I may, why isn't it being totally cleared off?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Are we going back to the blaming and crashing and that whole story again? Or are we going to get a rational answer? Oh no, well, if we're just going to do the blaming again,
all right, so
we heard that already.
Can we move on and put the question now? I take it. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 28, Ministry of Health, be supplemented by the sum of $728,539,920. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 28, Ministry of Health has been supplemented by the sum of $728,539,920. Thank you, Mr. Minister, and your junior minister and your staff. Ministry of Labour. Head 30, Ministry of Labour, is supplementation of $55,668,400. I now invite the Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development welcomes the opportunity to participate in this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee to consider the supplementation of appropriation for fiscal year 2025. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development continues to play a critical role in promoting decent work, industrial peace, and entrepreneurship with the aim of achieving sustainable and inclusive economic growth. We are guided by our government's workers' agenda, which identifies a 20-point plan that seeks to place our workers at the forefront of the development of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as by government's official policy framework. These in turn are aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 8, which focuses on decent work and economic growth. Underpinning all of the ministry's work, Mr. Chairman, is a thrust towards greater dialogue and a coordinated approach with stakeholders to strengthen tripartite relationships on labor market issues. The proposal for the supplementation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $55,668,400 primarily falls under recurrent expenditure to be utilized for: 1, the payment of arrears of salaries and allowances to officers under the Salaries Reviews Commission in the amount of $3,857,700. 2, the payment of salaries for contract employees for the Occupational Safety and Health Agency in the amount of $5 million, and lastly, payment of stipends to trainees of the on-the-job trainee program in the amount of $46,811,700. Mr. Chairman, these supplementary provisions are necessary and critical as we seek to honor terms and conditions of employment of our staff and ensure that the trainees under the OGT program receive their stipends in a timely manner. I thank the committee for this opportunity and look forward to addressing any questions that members may have. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 30, Ministry of Labour, be supplemented by the sum of $55,668,400. Honourable members?
Yes, I have a question.
Well, I will allow you. Somewhat
No
late, but that's fine. Go ahead.
So, Speaker, you have to look on this side.
I did.
Keep your eyes trained on this side.
That's a very difficult thing to do.
Well, still try. Still try. Because we are asking the question, not them. With respect to item 02000517, I note the explanation is that the intake of trainees is due to increase from 4,900 to 6,000. How many additional trainees will be taken in over the next 3 months with respect to this supplemental appropriation?
Member, Mr. Chairman, it is in respect of the existing trainees, so we are not taking on any additional trainees. We, in fact, just looking to meet the shortfall.
Okay.
Right, so we're going to put the question, honourable members. The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 30, Ministry of Labour, be supplemented by the sum of $55,668,400. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 30, Ministry of Labour, has been supplemented by the sum of $55,668,400. Thank you, Minister of Labour. Thank you to your staff. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration. The Ministry of Public Administration proposes a supplementation of $325,811,000. Now invite the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the viewing public, all members present. I certainly am privileged and honored to now take a position as the substantive Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. And Mr. Chairman, today I speak not just as the minister entrusted with the modernization of government and the public administration, but as a citizen who has watched, like so many others, the unchecked erosion of public confidence over the past decade. What we inherited, Chairman, was not just fiscal deficit, but a credibility deficit as well. Not just buildings, Chairman, in disrepair, but I dare say institutions in decay. Not just poor infrastructure, Chairman, but what can be considered a poor excuse for leadership and good governance. A government off the rails, Chairman. A government of distorted realities. And that has been quite clear by the comments made opposite. Chairman, a callous government, an unruly government, a government void of compassion, Chairman. And it has showed continuously, even as they warm the seats in opposition, they remain brutally arrogant and callous to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Chairman, as I said, I'd like to take leave of my 5 minutes on this occasion, because let us not fool ourselves. This 3.1 billion supplementary appropriation is more than a budget correction. It is an admission of what the government has failed to do. We have inherited buildings leased and left empty, contracts signed with no implementation strategy, towers outfitted for press conferences but not for people, public servants forced to operate with 20th century tools in a 21st century world. The now opposition had the mandate, they had the money, and they had the moment, but unfortunately, they lacked the management. And that is where this government now takes the reins. Chairman, what was presented as public sector transformation was little more than a branding exercise. Ministries operating in silos, services fragmented, and citizens, the most importantly, forced to beg for basic access to the very institutions meant to serve them. Chairman, governance is not glorified caretaking. And as the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, we are here to make the appropriate changes. We're not about slogans. We're not about optics. We are about outcomes. An outcome-oriented government, Chairman. And so as we approach this appropriation, and in particular for the Ministry of Public Administration, we are seeking a 325 million allocation. This is not about luxury, Chairman. This is about necessity. It allows us to regularize and now plan for the future of this ministry. And so, Chairman, as I endeavor to respond to what will obviously be a whirlwind of questions, we on this side are not here for a cycle of excuses. We are here to break it. We're not here to inherit blame. We are here to take responsibility. We are not a government governing to survive a new cycle. We are governing to secure a new cycle of opportunity, access, and accountability for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And with that, Chairman, I allow for questions.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, be supplemented by the sum of $325,811,000.
Just one question, Chairman.
Well, I really am at a loss to understand. Some on this side are shouting next, some on that side are shouting one question. Shall I take it they don't speak for you, member? That's a joke. That's a joke. Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, it was a joke.
Chairman. Chairman, I just want to get an idea of what are the terms and conditions of the bond that is being addressed.
Line item.
Sorry, Chairman. Hold on, I have to pull the line item, Chairman. My apologies.
Well, I would have
02000508, I believe.
And the question on that is?
Chairman, just terms and conditions of the bond.
Happy to respond.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I also would like to remind the gentleman that there's a goodly gentleman on his side.
Chairman, if you could,
can you please refer to him?
If we could just get down to the answer. It is, Chairman.
Right. So let's get on with it,
Let's
shall
see
we?
why I want this.
If you would allow me to
Not he,
respond.
if the member.
If the member would allow me to respond, Chairman.
Please.
I can proffer an answer.
Thank you.
Okay. So, as I was saying, Honourable Chair, this particular item was actually quite surprising when we saw it on our end as well. Because as you can see, it speaks to the Port of Spain Waterfront Development Limited, which has successfully, based on information, issued a $500 million, 7.875% senior secured note due in 2040 at a discount on the rule of 144A/REGS on the international capital market, with one bank, Scotiabank, as the sole book runner. The financing for this particular bond was secured against assets, and therefore it did not require a deed of guarantee from the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We found that quite strange, Chairman. As such, it does not appear to have any direct impact on our debt to gross domestic ratio, but it certainly remains a debt service obligation that the government has to endure. You wanted a response, now you seem like you don't want the response.
No, I'm trying to understand what gross domestic ratio is. I didn't have a note. I have to double check it.
On with the answer, please.
So there was a sublease entered into with the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the sublease, the leasehold interest in the assets to the government of the Republic for 30 plus years, and the debt service for the payments of the bond are meant to be serviced by the POSWDL through rental payments made by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, which will be appropriated in the annual budget as government expenditure, not debt, rather than debt service payments. So, to answer your question, Honourable Member, as it relates to this particular expenditure amount, it is meant to meet the expenditure for rental payment under sublease agreement for the Port of Spain Waterfront Development Company Limited in the sum of US $500 million on the international market. I hope that clarifies.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much, Minister.
Right. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration be supplemented by the sum of $325,811,000. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Ministry of Public Administration has been supplemented by the sum of $325,811,000.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chairman, and the public.
How much? 27. Members, can I crave your indulgence? Because the Ministry of Digital Transformation is set to come sometime later, but it's the same minister and it's the same public servants. Can we, for convenience, take them now, subject to the agreement of everyone? Okay, it's what page in the explanatory notes? Page 26 in the explanatory notes for ease of reference for everyone. So, and it's head 82. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, is supplementation of $130,700,400 is proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence to make a brief opening statement again.
Chairman, thank you so much, and to the viewing public. It is quite rare that you get to have a proverbial bite of a cherry twice. So I do appreciate the indulgence of all members here and the general public. Safe to say that the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, formerly MPA and MDT, we have been poised with the crucial but gravely important task of modernizing the public sector, and it is a necessary requirement, and we've put forward a supplementation to essentially achieve those objectives. And without further ado, I welcome all questions.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, be supplemented by the sum of $130,700,000. I take it there are no questions. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 82, Digital Transformation, be supplemented by the sum of $130,700,000. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 82, Digital Transformation, has been supplemented by the sum of $130,700,000. I want to thank the Minister and his public servants for attending before.
Thank you so much for your indulgence, Chairman. Thank you.
Right, so we go back to the order of how things were. So in your documents, we go now to Head 37. Integrity Commission. This Head 37, the Integrity Commission, is supplementation of $1,625,000 is being proposed. Finance. I now invite the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Integrity Commission is a constitutional body created by Sections 138 and 139 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and established by Section 4 of the Integrity in Public Life Act. Section 4 also provides for the membership of the Commission, that is to say, a chairman, a deputy chairman, and 3 other members. The core functions of the Commission include ensuring compliance with the Integrity in Public Life Act, investigating breaches of the Act and allegations of corruption, educating the public, and fostering a culture of integrity. Today, we are asking for a supplementation of $1.625 million for the furtherance of the work of the Integrity Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 37, Integrity Commission, be supplemented by the sum of $1,625,000.
Thank you very much.
Member Farima.
Yeah, thank you very much. To meet the shortfall in the allocation, I think that's the only item. So if you can indicate how many employees are hired under short-term employment, that's the only question.
I'm advised that we are looking at about 28 persons.
20?
28.
28. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 37, Integrity Commission, be supplemented by the sum of $1,625,000. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Head 37, Integrity Commission, has been supplemented by the sum of $1,625,000. Mr. Finance, thank you. And I thank the accounting officer from the Integrity Commission, who I believe is the registrar. Thank you very much. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. Perhaps bear with me. I think they're making their way forward. All right, come on, let's move on. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 39. Member Hussain, would you behave, please? Head 39. Ministry of Public Utilities, a supplementation of $489,470,000 is being sought. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we meet today as stewards of the public trust at a time when the people of Trinidad and Tobago have called not just for change, but for meaningful results. Mr. Chairman, this new administration was elected on a wave of urgency and hope, and we stand ready to deliver. This is not business as usual, not for this government, and not for the ministries and agencies tasked with advancing its vision for our country. As one such institution, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Public Utilities is entrusted with ensuring that the daily lives of our citizens are supported by reliable, affordable and quality utility services. Mr. Chairman, I've said from time to time that the Ministry of Public Utilities is one of those areas that is most critical to the everyday life of our citizens as it impacts on the issue of water, electricity, communication. Mr. Chairman, it also deals with the issue of weather forecasting, and these are not luxuries. They are the bedrock of dignity, public health, and national development. Yet for too long, the public utility sector has been burdened by inefficiency and a lack of coherent strategic direction. Our citizens have experienced the consequences of dry taps, even in the rainy season. unreliable telecommunication and postal services, and customer service that frustrates more than it helps. This system does not require adjustment, it requires evolution. Mr. Chairman, over the past month in particular, the Ministry of Public Utilities has initiated a process of realigning its agencies with this government's priority and evolving the needs of our population. Strategic services reviews and consultation with stakeholders are underway. We are acting decisively but responsibly to set this sector on a path towards lasting reform. We recognize, of course, that such evolution cannot happen overnight, but it must happen because the people of this country cannot wait any longer for water in their taps, a reliable electricity service, and communication. They deserve public utilities that are reliable, modern, and equitable. The Ministry of Public Utilities, in keeping with this government's mandate, is committed to making that a reality. Mr. Chairman, I wish to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the former PS and new PS staff of the Ministry of Public Utilities and the line agencies for their support and commitment during the transitionary period. Mr. Chair, myself, the Minister in the Ministry, the member for Lebre, the ParlSec in the Ministry, the member for Kumoto Manzilala, we offer our sincere thanks while we have seen the tremendous work by the public servants in the Ministry of Public Utilities, knowing that we have come in on a large mandate, but also knowing that we have the political will. Mr. Chairman, in the short space of time that we have been there, you are seeing changes with respect to a greater responsiveness from agencies like WASA, TSCT, TNTEC, TT Post, and soon to come CPEP, in terms of delivering to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the mandate upon which we came in, to fix the problems, but also to highlight the 10 years of waste, mismanagement, and massive corruption that is being unearthed in many of these state enterprises during the tenure of our friends opposite. Mr. Chairman, we welcome the questions of this esteemed committee and stand ready to account for how the funds allocated in the ministry will be used to fulfill our mandate and deliver on the expectations of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, be supplemented by the sum of $489,470,000. Member for Luca Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, question to the Honourable Minister, subhead 04, sub-item 04, Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation, TT Post, seeing an increased allocation of $9,470,000. Can the Minister provide some details on the additional supplementation under this head?
Certainly, Member for Lupino, sorry. In the sum of $9.4 million for TT Post, there are 3 specific areas that have been identified within the organization. Honourable Member, you may recall that there were 3 industrial relations disputes. Those disputes have now come at a stage where there may be settlement. Some of those settlements, there is an indication of what the liability will be. Secondly, the payment of corporation tax and green fund liabilities. And finally, the payment of value-added tax and liabilities for the period 2014 to 2020, which totals the sum of $9.4 million for TT Post.
Just a further question. Do you have any information with respect to the details of the 3 industrial relations disputes?
Yes, we do have that information. Remember, in the case of CV 2020-04003, I will use his surname so that we don't go into divulging too much of the litigant. In the matter...
Just identify the number.
The number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the guidance, Mr. Chairman. The total amount awarded would be $363,484.99. Occurring interest as at November 2024 is $64,163.85, with a total of $427,684.84. In the case of CV 2019-04194, The total amount awarded would be $1.3 million. Occurring interest as at November 2024, $223,475.19, taking us to a total of $1,527,912.04. In the case of CV 2022-02794, amount awarded is $250,000, with there being no occurring interest at this point in time, bringing our total, together with the attorney fees for the three matters, to a grand total of $2,467,692.70.
Further question,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair? Honourable Minister, can you clarify whether or not the sums that you've just identified include fees owed to attorneys or outstanding fees owed to attorneys on these matters, together with damages awarded to, I guess, past employees of the organization?
Sure. So in those three matters, member, I've given the breakdown for the actual amount that has been awarded. I'll give you for the attorney's fees. It's in the sum for those three matters, in the sum of $262,132. When you combine that with the total amount of damages awarded to the three litigants, in the sum of $2,205,560.88, you combine those two figures of attorney fees and the awards and the award for these three litigants, you get a total of $2,467,692.70.
Thank you very much, Chair. To the Honourable Minister, item 004, sub-item 51, Water and Sewage Authority, an additional supplementation of $480 million. Can the Minister confirm whether or not that sum being supplemented will be utilized for the payment of contract officers in the Water and Sewage Authority?
I'm advised, Honourable Member, that that would include contract employment to supplement the budget for WASA.
Clearly.
Sorry?
I didn't get that clearly.
I'm advised that the contract employment does include the total amount that is being supplemented for WASA.
So the sum that is being supplemented, $480 million, is going to be utilized for the payment of contract workers within the authority?
Correct.
Can you state to this committee how many of contract employees within the organization that the sums being proposed will be utilized to pay these officers?
Sure. Member will consider providing that at a later stage.
Okay. Can the member indicate whether or not it will also be utilized to pay staff on short-term contracts within the authority?
With that, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, be supplemented by the sum of $489,470,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, has been supplemented by the sum of $489,470,000. Thank you, Minister. Can I thank you, your junior minister, and your parliamentary secretary, and your technocrats. I know. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, is supplementation. That's $1.3 billion. Huh? 100,000 is being sought. I now invite the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries and his junior minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the kind invitation to address this committee of the whole. Good evening to all colleagues and citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is the main driver of the energy sector in Trinidad and Tobago and is responsible for the overall management of the oil, natural gas, and mineral sectors. These sectors are significant contributors to the GDP of the country, with substantial revenues generated. Mr. Chairman, the government recognizes the critical role of this ministry, and as Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, we have taken the approach of working with all stakeholders internationally and locally in a transparent, accessible manner to reposition Trinidad and Tobago as the energy hub of the region and to ensure that returns from the energy sector are maximized for the benefit of all citizens. The additional provisions being requested by the ministry today in the sum of $1,300,000 is to facilitate the payment of salary and allowances for the remainder of fiscal year 2025, as well as arrears computed in accordance with the 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission. Mr. Chairman, I take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to the permanent secretaries and staff of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Could I ask the former Prime Minister to constrain himself? I want to extend my gratitude to the permanent secretaries, staff of the ministry, for the swift transition to a high-speed governance and a performance-driven culture. As we undertake this noble mission to rescue our economy that was crushed by the former administration, with under the weight of incompetence and corruption, it is our intention to re-energize the energy sector. The Member of Parliament for Oropouche East and the Member of Parliament for Point Fortin are committed to this task of rebuilding the sector, and may I also express my gratitude to the very distinguished member for Point Fortin for the work that he has done in quick time in this ministry. Mr. Chairman, I will leave it there and allow my colleagues opposite to interrogate me.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, be supplemented by the sum of $1,300,000. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, be supplemented by the sum of $1,300,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 40, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, has been supplemented by the sum of $1,300,000. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to your staff. Head 42. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Can I now invite the Minister and her staff to come forward? Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. a supplementation of $122,114,000 is being proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is the arm of government that is closest to the people. It is responsible for 14 regional corporations, municipal police, and its special purpose enterprise, the Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry facilitates and supports delivery of core functions in areas such as infrastructural development, disaster management, public health, municipal policing, and local economic development. The Ministry is responsible for organizing, promoting, and implementing rural development programs and policies that align with the national strategic objectives. Unfortunately, while there has been a lot of rhetoric about reform and empowerment based on previous allocations, instead of rural development, we have seen incredible rural neglect. Instead of reform, we have seen talk and talk shops paid for by taxpayers' dollars. We have seen the undermining of the autonomy of regional corporations, which are each their own legal entity. We have seen the suppression of funding by the refusal of government to release money approved by Parliament in the budget. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, all of the supplementary funding being requested by the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government in this exercise is to pay bills left by the previous government, contracts signed days before the general elections, and shortfall in original allocation because the previous government failed to properly budget initially. Monies that should have been allocated at the start of last fiscal that was not allocated. With these remarks, Mr. Chairman, I remain open to questions.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, be supplemented by the sum of $122,114,000. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, be supplemented by the sum of $122,114,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, has been supplemented by the sum of $122,114,000. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much to the Permanent Secretary and staff of the Ministry.
Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, a supplementation of $325,208,000 is being proposed. I will invite the Minister, together with the Minister of Transport, to make a statement.
Honourable Chairman, today I present the supplementary appropriation for the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. This ministry tasked with providing and maintaining the physical infrastructure and related services that are critical to the social and economic development of our nation. These services encompass the construction, maintenance, and upgrading of roads, bridges, and drainage structures, as well as the delivery of maritime services, management of seaports, and the implementation of coastal protection measures. The proposed supplementation of the 2025 appropriation for the areas under the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure remit amounts to, out of the sum of $325,208,000, it amounts to $221,271,000. Mr. Chairman, if I can be assistance to the committee, please.
Minister of Transport.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and greetings to the listening and viewing public. Mr. Chairman, I agree with my colleagues. We are in this position because of the under-budgeting, mismanagement, and incompetence of the previous administration. They have literally crippled this economy. Mr. Chairman, the newly established Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation reflects the government's commitment to streamlining the national transport policy and to placing emphasis on the critical role of civil aviation in supporting and accelerating the economic diversification and national development. The Ministry's portfolio of responsibilities includes the oversight, licensing, and regulation of motor vehicles and civil aviation, management of the national airports, traffic management, and the promotion of coordinated national transport planning, as well as the maintenance and improvement of the public bus transportation system and the overall management of the government's fleet of vehicles. Under the appropriation exercise 2025, additional funding in the total sum of $103,937,000 is proposed as follows. Item 1. 45 million under recurrent expenditure for Board 39, Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, to settle the arrears resulting from the recently concluded wage negotiations between the authority and the State Police Association, the recognized representative union of the authority's security personnel establishment. This will benefit 444 persons, 122 ex-employees, and 322 current employees. Sure.
I hate to do this, but the 5-minute time limit is up.
Or for both?
For both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be supplemented by the sum of $325,208,000. Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly. Chair, Honourable Minister, as it relates to Subhead 2, Subitem 09, rental leased vehicles and equipment, can I ask if you can provide the breakdown of the vehicles and equipment that will be rented and the rental fee for the use of each? Thank you.
$1,908,000 is to be used to commence what we call Phase 2 for nearly 15 projects. And for this is for the critical program of works in preparation of the 2025 and 26 rainy seasons. This work is to be undertaken including the cleaning of underground drains, cleaning and desilting of covered and uncovered roadside drainage channels, etc. Let me see, I'll ask for a breakdown. Hold on, please.
Sorry, Minister, just before you go, I didn't get the last part of that. When you said, did you say in central? No, I didn't. I honestly didn't hear you.
All right, because I would give a little Bihari trace
what she said?
No, I didn't say that.
You
I said the
to
works
clean
to be
underground drains
undertaken included clearing of underground drains, clearing and desilting of covered and uncovered roadside drainage channels, culverts, cylinder crossings, I didn't see all of this, including the removal of vegetation and debris, and the cleaning, clearing, desilting, and embankment works at select bridges along the Caroni River, The projects are located along major routes: Churchill Roosevelt Highway, Uriah Butler Highway, Solomon Hochoy Highway, Guayakara Tabaquite Road, Cedar Road Hill in Claxonby, and San Fernando Bypass Road.
Thank you.
So the Honorable, you want the breakdown, you said?
So I mean, I'm comfortable if you send it. If it is long,
it's up to you. I have it. I can read it out.
No, well, no. I know that you have it, but what I'm saying is to read that out right now. Okay.
All right.
So
we'll send it to you.
Thank you kindly. Sure.
Through the chairman. Yeah.
Okay.
Member for local Lupino.
Yes,
If the member from Marina is finished.
I thought she was finished.
As it relates to contracted services, 14,100,000. Can you provide a breakdown of the contract services that will be incurred under this line item?
Certainly. Facilitate 82 projects. The 14.1 million, which is part of the approved program of critical works to be undertaken by Ministry of Works and Infrastructure in preparation again for the rainy season. And again, I have the projects listed from 1 to 62 as it were. So for example, project name: construction of lined roadside drain along Savannah Drive. Description: construction of a lined roadway drain along Savannah Drive inclusive of trash rack. The drain is approximately 200 meters long. The location is in Trin City. The cost inclusive of, maybe this is budgeted cost, 1.3 million. Timeline is 60 days. And it goes along like this. Will you also want this to be sent to the chairman? Very well.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. I just have one. Minister, can I also ask you, please, under sub-item 9, rent and lease of vehicles and equipment, 49,409,000. Can you also provide a breakdown of the vehicles and equipment that will be rented and the rental fee for each use, please? Thank you.
And that is also to support 172 small projects. Appendix 5. Okay, so that will, I can give you, for example, for now, 5. Location, upstream Wendy Fitzwilliam Diego Martin Central, where you'll need a 4-wheel backhoe with extended boom for 300 hours, dump truck 3 to 10 tons, hydraulic crawlers, excavator. That's to treat with the Diego Martin River. So, and you have a whole list of these items. So.
Kindly, Minister. Chair, just one last question to the Honourable Minister. Under sub-item 28, other contracted services, $30 million. Can I also ask kindly if you can provide a breakdown of the contract services that will be incurred under this line item? Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Of course. I'll just give you a full. Project number 1 I have here, and there are multiple projects, of course. Cora River embankment works for 220 meters along Cora River, Tulsa Trace in Pinal, to stop the overtopping of the Cora River into the Blackwater Channel. You'll have in Maruga Tableland, rehabilitation works to a pump house and multiple projects. You will also want.
Thank you kindly, Minister.
Member for Luca Lopino.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item 004, sub-item 39, the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm seeing a further supplementation of 45. Yeah.
Airports Authority.
004, item 004, sub-item 39, Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm seeing a further supplementation of $45 million.
Yes. Can
the Honourable Minister say exactly what that $45 million is going to be utilized for?
Yes, this is the salary wage negotiations for the years 2015 to 2020.
2015 to 2020?
Yes.
How many employees?
As I mentioned in my opening statement, it's 444 persons, 122 ex-employees, and 322 current employees.
Do you have the categories of employees that will benefit from this? The various
No, I
categories?
don't with me, but I could.
You could provide it in writing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure.
I'll consider it.
Is it that the Honourable Minister, that the Airport Authority does not have the funding in order to pay that sum?
I'm glad you brought that up,
from its
MP.
internal financial resources?
I'm glad you brought that up. If the previous administration did not write off $205 million that was owed by Caribbean Airlines, we would have had the money.
Well, the Airport
Unfortunately, we have to.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the Airports Authority and Caribbean Airlines are two completely distinct organizations.
Caribbean Airlines owed the Airports Authority money for hangar rentals.
I think what the minister was endeavoring to do is give the answer in the context of why the money is needed. So I think it's perfectly permissible.
Are you prepared to answer the question whether or not the Airports Authority does have the capacity on its own to settle this outstanding debt?
Excuse me, sir.
I don't know.
Chairman, the Airports Authority required an additional funding to meet its obligation, including to satisfy this outstanding.
Thank you very much, Minister. Once this sum is settled, can the Minister state whether or not the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, on its own, can meet its outstanding wage obligation to all of its employees?
That question respectfully does not arise. This allocation here is to meet the obligations of the Airports Authority under the Ministry of Works for the next, up to the end of fiscal 2025. Other issues going forward, we cannot determine at this point in time.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Can the Minister indicate whether this $45 million that will be paid to settle outstanding wage obligation to employees will represent a full settlement of the outstanding sum?
Yes, NP, it does.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be supplemented by the sum of $325,208,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, has been supplemented by the sum of $325,208,000. Thank you to Minister of Works and Infrastructure. Thank you to the Minister of Transport and your staff, both from all the entities. Thank you very much. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Head 61. Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, a supplementation of $25 million is being sought. I will now invite the Minister of Housing to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the Standing Finance Committee. It is an honor to appear before you today in my new capacity as Minister of Housing, along with who are not present here, the other two members, two other ministers that I have, Minister Roberts and Minister Alexander. I'm also thankful for the opportunity to engage with this distinguished committee to discuss the mid-year budgetary allocations for the Ministry of Housing for the 2024-25 fiscal year. I am certain that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, faced a challenging situation given that the majority of funds allocated to ministries had already been spent or committed. All of us in this esteemed House recognize that access to safe, secure, decent, and affordable housing is a fundamental human need. Quality housing is not only essential for individual and family well-being, but it also drives economic growth by generating employment and supporting a wide range of related industries. Modern housing developments today incorporate energy-efficient designs, smart technologies, and warranty protection, all of which contributes to a higher quality of life and stronger communities. Under the leadership of the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister, we are fully committed to increasing the supply of homes, expanding access to home ownership, and ensuring that these homes are built where they are most needed. Our goal is to create not just more housing, but better housing, beautiful, sustainable, and environmentally friendly homes and neighborhoods that improve the everyday lives of our citizens. We will continue to leverage every available tool resource to ensure that affordable housing reaches those who need it most and that no one is left behind. As we say, when UNC wins, everybody wins. This government is returning to the core mandate of the agencies that previously fell under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. We are working to ensure that these agencies are strategically aligned and collaborating effectively to deliver results. As part of this realignment, Chairman, the Land Settlement Agency has been transferred to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. However, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development will continue to serve as the accounting officer for the projects under the LSA until the end of the current fiscal year. Budgetary allocations will be fully realigned by the Minister of Finance in the upcoming national budget to reflect this change. This afternoon, Mr. Chairman, we are requesting the committee's approval for an additional $25 million under recurrent expenditure. Although the agency is no longer under our ministry, which is the Land Settlement Agency, this funding is necessary to fulfill an outstanding debt obligation related to the Housing and Village Improvement Program, which is under the Ministry of Housing. As Mr. Chairman, this administration remains fully committed to expanding the national housing supply through the HDC. It is important to note that all funds previously allocated to this agency were fully utilized by the former government. We are fully aware of the mounting demand evidenced by a housing database that now exceeds 200,000 applications that are in demand. We recognize the urgent need to accelerate housing delivery. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I wish to reaffirm our ministry's unwavering commitment to transforming the housing landscape across Trinidad and Tobago. Our goal is not only to build homes, but to create secure futures and resilient communities. And I am ready to take any questions. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, be supplemented by the sum of $25 million. Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item 004, sub-item 54, Land Settlement Agency. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what are the outstanding commitments due or that were incurred under this particular, under the Land Settlement Agency that the $25 million is intended to be utilized for?
Chairman, through you to the Minister, to my friend Aruka Lupino. Are you asking me to, I'm trying to get an understanding of your question. Is
How many
it that
projects? How many projects?
what was delivered so far?
How many
projects? What was delivered so far under this line
And it's
item?
quite, I know we would have delivered quite a lot and impacted so many lives across Trinidad and Tobago under this. But as a matter Behave yourself. Yes, that's what I
member
want. Correct.
is a repayment of the loan principal. And I just want to say that this facility was a bit strange, that it was given in March this year, and your government had structured a loan that a repayment had to be paid of 25 million by September of this year, with no allocation made so that's why we have now come in here to meet that commitment in this mid-year review. So it was a badly structured loan from the beginning by your administration.
It's not a badly restructured loan, honourable member, but I don't want to respond to you, but I'll just let you know that this is a program that touched the lives of so many people across this country.
Question, member? It is late in the evening. Is there a question lurking somewhere beneath the shadows of
I
that?
was just responding to the statement.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Now, it's too late to permit responses of that nature. Let us move on, unless you have a question.
Do have. Honourable Minister, the HVIP program, can you inform this committee whether it is going to be continued under the Ministry of Housing, or is it going to be transferred with the land?
Chairman,
Can I ask if that arises in this line item?
Yes, Chair, because the $25 million is for the program, the HVIP program, as indicated by the Minister. So I'm asking about the program that the $25 million is going to be utilized for. The Minister just said it.
Okay. Well,
thank you very much, Chair.
I'll permit the question if
Thank you very much.
This program has always been under the Ministry of Housing. It was just project managed by LSA. But it doesn't, your question really doesn't apply in this line item, MP. But I'll say much more. I'll say much more in the media review on Wednesday.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, be supplemented by the sum of $25 million. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, has been supplemented by the sum of $25 million. Mr. Minister, you and your staff, we thank you very much. Head 75, Equal Opportunities Tribunal. Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, is supplementation of $358,000 is being sought. I will now invite the Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice to give some brief remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Equal Opportunity Tribunal is the only specialist anti-discrimination court in the CARICOM region. It was established under the Equal Opportunity Act, Chapter 2202. Its role is to adjudicate complaints of discrimination in relation to employment, education, the provision of goods and services, and the provision of accommodation in significant areas such as race, ethnicity, religion, sex, victimization, and offensive behavior. The tribunal has broad judicial powers, including the ability to grant injunction, award compensation and damages, or dismiss cases and/or award costs where appropriate. The procedures for hearing and trials closely follow those of the High Court, ensuring a rigorous, transparent process. Decisions are enforceable in the same manner as judgments of the High Court, and there is a limited right of appeal to the Court of Appeal from these decisions. Mr. Chairman, the Equal Opportunity Tribunal seeks a supplementation in the course of its duties in the sum of $358,000.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, be supplemented by the sum of $358,000. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, be supplemented by $358,000. That's a mistake. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, has been supplemented by the sum of $358,000. Minister. Mr. Minister, thank you to you and your staff. Thank you very much. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Where is that? Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, a supplementation of $9,610,000 is being proposed. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to make a brief statement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you most kindly for giving me and my team the opportunity to justify the financial requirements for the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to continue its operations and meet financial obligation. The Ministry continues to create an enabling environment to transform the agricultural sector into one that is modern, innovative, and environmentally conscious. An institution driven by efficiency, productivity, and service delivery. Considering the global and local impediments facing the agricultural sector at this time, and with the mandate to achieve food sovereignty and the challenge of food insecurity, we are signaling the importance of the development of the agricultural sector so that we become a nation that feeds itself and generates foreign exchange, creates sustainable jobs in the sector, and protects our environment. My team and myself stands ready to respond to any questions, and I take this opportunity to say a special thank you to the Honourable Prime Minister for giving us this opportunity.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, be supplemented by the sum of $9,610,000. Port-of-Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under Subhead 2, Item 00201, Travelling and Subsistence, $1 million. Is any of that traveling with respect to incoming from South America?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that question is relevant to this line item.
Thank you.
And the answer,
well,
thank you most kindly. May I, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
of course.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Member for Port-of-Spain North, St. Anne's West. I would like to share with you that this line item is for travelling and subsistence for officers within the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, And we do not host any Delcy or anyone coming from South America, as you would have done in the past.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, under subhead 02003, Animal Production and Health, Traveling and Subsistence, is that with respect to, under the health part, any palms coming in? Double, triple, any type? That's a serious question.
Thank you most kindly.
Chairman, I don't think the former Prime Minister for one day has learned from his past lesson in his house.
I'm not going to permit that question. And the answer, the reason for which should be plain and obvious. Let's move on, please. I'm not permitting the question. The reason for it is plain and obvious. All I'm prepared to say is the answer. The reason is plain and obvious. All right. In the absence of any other meaningful and helpful questions, can we put... Honorable members, the question is that the 2025 appropriation for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, be supplemented by the sum of $9,610,000. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Head 77. Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries has been supplemented by the sum of $9,610,000. Minister, thank you and your other minister for being forthright and frank and for assistance and your public servants. Thank you all very much. There being no other heads to be supplemented, the Chairman, I will put the question as follows. Honorable members, the question is that the appropriation for the fiscal year 2025 be supplemented by $3,143,983,761. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The appropriation for fiscal year 2025 has been supplemented by $3,143,983,761. Honorable members, please note that the debate for the adoption of the committee's report will take place on Wednesday, June 18, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is now adjourned.